I also sent it to the group chat that if this one fails, we'll use. Okay. While we wait for the slides, um, there's some of us have not had the technical words in this area, so I just said to highlight some of them. But um, as I said, to form a focus for us to use for our own private um, continuing legal education program on this aspect of our practice. There are three types of money laundering that we have identified all over the world, and it's also identified in our guidelines. The normal way of conducting money laundering is by those three types. The one is called placement, and that's what we yes, I think Zephyr is back. So, thank you. Slide 2 is an example of what we describe as placement, how um, different layers of money laundering. The first major part is called placement. So we gave you an example The current official embezzles $500,000 from a government project. The official breaks the amount to smaller sums. And the person, it didn't go on, it's on fire, actually. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. I think we don't need the light on. Because you know the caliber of people that are here. If I knew in advance that you guys were coming, because only last week, a few days ago, that President told me you are coming, I would have made a hall. How will I have made it with all of you here? One boss, kidnap, one boss, enter. Enter. I no go, when I come to the next one, I no go work again. I will just use the money we raise from kidnapping you guys, survive. So we'll break it down into smaller sums and then. Okay, stand up. Yeah, I was like 2 1 hour. Right? I made the person, okay, good. We're back. Put them into different accounts. We do that normally when it's actually the source of our fund is not illegal. None of us do that because we know that once it passes the limit, the bank will notify NFIO that you have put in $10,001. So that will immediately be recorded. So some people don't want that attention at all. But that's a sign of money laundering, even though it may not be. Well, that's how money laundering is actually done. Then, so I described that indicators that shows that's a placement process. Yeah, just something we're saying. So the next level is to it's what we call layering. The official uses the okay. People uses the funds to purchase high value goods like luxury watches, blah blah blah. And the funds are also moved between several shell companies with opaque ownership structures. That is described as layering. That's some money. And I've shown the indicators of that layering. Is what we describe as integration. When you have watched it, you have watched the money. So now it returns to the system as a normal money. So nobody can trace it in most cases on that point. And so showing indicators that type of money laundering. Just to refresh our minds for those who already know, just put an indicator for those who are not very versatile on this area. All of us are learning the subject anyway. Many things that the guidelines provides. There are so many things we have provided, but there are the two main roads the guideline has provided. As I said yesterday, took ourselves out of the money laundering acts only on the basis of the reporting process. And as explained, the money laundering act on its own applies to everybody, irrespective of their profession. So if you commit money laundering, you will be docked and tried, and if found guilty, you go to prison or depending on the terms. And so for the substantive traditional money laundering, which we have just described, layering, integration, placement, if you commit it, you go into jail. It doesn't matter that you're a lawyer. Our cases that we have successfully done at the Court of Appeal and the High Court has no relationship with that aspect of money laundering. Those cases deal with only the reporting responsibility of financial, designated non-financial institutions, which lawyers have been included generally at the FATF level and also included in the Money Laundering Act. That's the reporting. And there are crimes for not reporting, not filing the reports that you are supposed to file. And those reports are many, several reports. Many of them are policy reporting. And the others are the risk reporting. Reporting. The other one is the sanctions list reporting, where certain people have been placed on the sanctions list on international level and in our environment. There's a website for the sanctions list recognized by the international community. Once your name is on that sanctions list, international sanctions list, you are not allowed to deal with banking or any form of economic transactions across the world. So once the name is on the sanctions list, you cannot transfer money of any type, cannot transact with you. So once the person name is there, you must report that this person has contacted me because it's terrorism financing, and that's high. So we also have our own domestic sanctions list, which we are supposed to also look at. To see who and who is there. And so if that person tries to transact with you, you must file a report. So these are the three main reports. So what you have done with the guideline, I've done for us is to say, look, we are not going to be filing reports by the law, NFIU and SEUML, because of our paramountcy of our confidentiality rule, which we argue is a fair hearing principle under the Constitution, that it defeats it if we allow sole agencies to just run amok in our offices and look at our records from time to time. They may not be able to distinguish between what they're supposed to see and what they're not supposed to see, and that could be dangerous for our business and the protection of access to justice, because if people do not trust confidentiality of their data and information, lawyers cannot thrive anywhere in the world. And as I explained, Americans, they fought the law that was to be made for reporting for non-designated, for designated non-financial institutions. They insisted that lawyers should not be included in the list in the law. And so the Americans passed their laws without including lawyers on the list, even though they have another route for their own reporting thresholds. Canadians were unable to fight the law, just as we were sleeping and they were sleeping, and the law was passed. When they went up, they approached the court, and the Canadian court, the Supreme Court said, lawyers from set aside relevant provisions that forced lawyers to report under that their law. Just as we have succeeded in doing in Nigeria, removing ourselves from reporting. And so the Canadians also created their own self-reporting process under their different bars association. A couple of other countries have also done the same thing. Kenya is also self-regulated in reporting OML. Regions or whatever they call them in Australia, and a couple of many other countries have the lawyers do self-regulation reporting. So that's the only aspect that concerns those two cases that we are not reporting to you directly, reporting to ourselves. And if we deem the one that's necessary, we send it out across for the appropriate preventions, because we have a duty to prevent terrorism financing, and we have a duty to prevent money laundering. We already know the situation of our security. And so the guidelines was enacted At the law, just send the law to everybody too. Let's see what I can have. If I have it here. Guideline, the objectives for a guideline. Yes, I sent the guidelines, the IPC to everybody because you were find it. If you look at 55, the 55 tells us why we have the guideline. I just read it, so you don't bother to read yourself. Adherence to rule of law, of confidentiality, and a client loyal privilege toward our clients, and provide yardsticks for the overall ethics and best practices of the profession to ensure that legal services are not being misused by criminals or for legal practitioners to be originally involved in money laundering and terrorism financing. Internally self-regulate members of the legal profession, and where applicable, recommend legal practitioners who are in breach to appropriate disciplinary authorities in accordance with relevant provisions of the Legal Practitioners Act. So we avoided reference to the Money Laundering Act. Adopt the risk-based approach for legal practitioners to be able to identify money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation of financing situations and circumstances before they occur. And then the last part of this objective, which I will state, is what we have drafted, and we took away all the reportings relating to currency. We are not doing currency reporting under our guidelines. We are only reporting suspicious transactions, risk-based approach, and the sanctions list. Those are the only two reports filing. And these reports are not irregular reports. File them when it is necessary. They are not regular reports. Which you have avoided. Also reporting, whether you see it or not, you want to file something, and there are up to 20 things you'll be filing. Spend all your life filing. So that's what we have done. We are not filing. Yeah, under the guideline. Suspicious transactions, sanctions list. Those are the only two things we'll be reporting. And it is not monthly or yearly. Don't have one for 2 years, 3 years, you don't need to file anything. If you don't have one forever, you don't need to file anything. Once you have one, you need to file. So that's the idea behind our guideline. This point I point out about our guideline is that reporting does not apply to litigation. The reporting does not apply to litigation. Except a general principle on very strong grounds, which we may highlight an example, but generally we are not to be reporting on litigation. Our guideline restricts the areas of practice for suspicious transaction reports and sanctions list reports. We have restricted the areas of practice, and litigation is not one of them. So let's look at the list. You also have your guideline, which I sent to everybody, which is Rule 57. The circumstances under which you ought to report suspicious transactions and sanctions report are as follows. Acting as formation agent of legal persons. Formation agent. Legal persons. You know what formation agent is all about? You know what formation agent is all about? Abel. Everything about company. Yeah. Acting as or arranging for another person, a person, to act as a director or secretary of a company, a partner of a partnership, or similar positions in relation to other legal persons. Those law firms also are briefed to act as secretaries or partnership or partners to firms, but Nigeria own will not, or in relation to partnership will not work because of our own rules and law on how we cannot associate with non-legal persons. But in relation to secretary job and all that, if you send one of your staff to be clerking for a company, this reporting will be necessary if there's suspicious transaction. If you provide a registered office, business address or accommodation, correspondence or administrative address for a company, like if you register a company and just use your own office as the address of the company, registered address. And in other places, firms are paid for that, for their own office as correspondence office. They are paid for that. So we don't know some of these things that small money, small change for weekend. Acting or arranging for another person to act as a trustee of an express trust or performing the function for another form of legal arrangement, trusteeship, if you go into that practice, you will be required to file suspicious transaction report. Acting for another person to act as shareholders for another person. These are all the areas of practice which Nigerian lawyers have not really developed. While these are the areas that really give money to other people, other lawyers, other places in the world. Just die for high court. And then when we enter, we never come out till some years after. Conducting sales or purchase of real, see why I say, I don't say why I should not sell property. I have some scope about it. Rules on charges, our land instrument registration charges. If you read the rules, read the schedule, you see that part of your charge will include completing sell. So if you are going to, our charges, our rules of charge allows you to sell, negotiate, complete sell, misconduct for you to sell land and house. We understood that. Why we interpret it that way? Our rules. I don't know the one now. This one is not that detailed. But that one, that details. We take part in sale of the property and complete the agreement. The charges are different from just completing the agreement. If you negotiate, in a successful negotiation and complete agreement, the charges are different for writing agreement. And the rules, if I can mention as a doctor, I don't know what Brianna was saying, acting for two parties. Recognize that now. You say, unless there's a serious conflict, the important thing is that conflict is amber. Two parties are acting for them. It's amber. Unless you want to say, so don't act on you. Put your hand and come out. So the rules itself recognize that you can sell a property. So you spend out. About this way. In the next week. Very urgent. I tell you, sir, I never get luck, sell property. I never get luck, I can luck. But I know my friend here with that kind of luck. Now, we have seen property sales or purchase of real estate for clients or providing advice service to clients in a real estate transaction. So you can purchase, isn't it? So what would be misconduct? Maybe because people argued those cases where you not understand what to put before the panels in this respect. And most of those panels, most of them, they chop money from election petition. So they don't make others come here, other areas they don't understand the other areas of practice because the election petition will make their day. But those of us who do everything. So I want to make this argument really forcefully for the panels to understand that it's not a misconduct to sell property. Now, but it's a different thing to turn yourself to an estate agent I'm sure there should be a distinction between acting as a lawyer for sale of property, and selling property, and negotiating, and turning yourself into just an estate agent. If you want to do that estate agent, this is a diversion, which is part of what we're doing, isn't it? I'll ask you to register a company. Don't do it under your firm. Register a company and do it as under that company. And once you do that, once you have a regular, the business is, you collect 10 properties, you advertise for sale and all that and sell, you have become an estate agent, not a lawyer, because you don't have a client. I hope you can do the distinction. You don't have a client, you are now an estate agent. And so if you register it or not, but you are doing that kind of bulk sale of properties, list of properties, and so on, you bound to file reports under our guideline, because you are not acting as a lawyer. I'm making sense. You don't come and pretend that you are now a lawyer selling properties everywhere. That is now another. You are now an estate agent. You have to register. You have to file transaction reports, register with CML, and all that, and file the reports. So that is not our guideline. But if you do this one, that you have dealing with clients, and all that, anyone can file only suspicious transaction reports. So here we are not involving currency reporting and all that sort of HTML reports in that law. Then please, as I related to lawyers and even judges, notice are high up there. And so they are part of the designated non-financial institutions, which is notice. I notice in many other parts of the world, need not to be lawyers. I don't know, I've already the law now to see how our own is. So notice need not be lawyers in other parts. So once we are given the seal to practice as notary. So they deal with them as lawyers. Here, our notaries, half of it is you want to just put the title. But I have now to take small money. And another group of the notaries now to do wayo. That's why. And so our notaries have been blacklisted by all the embassies in Nigeria. All, without exception. All the embassies have blacklisted our notaries. Because our notaries reach you and they sign for you now. Maybe the notaries go here. So they are covered under this guideline. But we have protected them. Knowing our context of how our notaries work, we decided to protect them under this guideline. So I don't give an excessive wahala for them. So our guideline says obligations under the guideline of this rule shall not apply to legal practitioners who only provides notary services or merely certifies the execution of authenticity of a power of attorney or other instrument, not primarily prepared by that practitioner, to facilitate buying and selling of real property, business entities, managing of client money, securities and other assets, opening or managing of bank, savings or security accounts, organization of contributions necessary for the creation, operation, or management of companies, creation, operation, or management of trusts, companies, foundations, or similar structures. So somebody just brings an affidavit to sign, but said you should not molest the notaries just because it's not, they are not the originators of the document. Is that okay? We specifically debated this before we wrote this, because we know the context of our notary practice, not like as big as the other parts of the world, even though it may develop in coming years. So these are the highlights of the scope of our guidelines. So what are the main things that we are supposed to do under these guidelines? So I go back to two things. One, filing suspicious transactions report when there's one. So I've done that to highlight some typical scenarios that should create suspicion in a transaction that a lawyer is involved, to know that he or she should file a report to the money laundering committee, anti-money laundering committee. So I sent this to WhatsApp, so may not need to waste all the time. A law firm in Abuja led by Mrs. Ibrahim Mrs. Ibrahim was hired by a client, Mrs. Chuku, to establish a trust fund for her charitable activities. The trust began receiving large donations from anonymous sources. Once you have an anonymous donation, just that alone should trigger a suspicious transaction, unless within a reasonable time, the person gives you the sources and tells you the relationship and so on and so forth, that does not create suspicion. And our firms don't do the kind of work lawyers do abroad. Solicitors in England, solicitors alone, one firm, like the firm that did the case for P&ID, the fund, the control, the claims fund, the control is more than the budget of Southeastern region, the Southeast states together. That's firm alone. The money of claims in their own account is more than the money of the 5 states in the Southeast in the bank. Because these people don't have money. They chop them as a collector for Abuja. Chop them from out immediately. The money of the law firm in their bank, this money is more than the total money of Southeast in an account. That's how big firms are abroad. So that's why the idea of focusing on lawyers for money laundering is high up. Because everything lawyers do, it has to be lawyers. You don't find, very few cases you find somebody abroad who wants to buy an estate or house, and the lawyer negotiates, then he pays to the seller. But it will never happen. It is sent to the lawyer. Yes, not directly by the other people. So lawyers control huge sums of money from clients. That's why financial sector lawyers are number one flagged for money laundering activities because of that circumstance of control of funding. So, and that's why I told him that using that focus on Nigeria is not the same thing. Even though we are paying for the development, where we will control money, as long as we know how to account, because many of us can't account for 1,000 naira of clients. You will be saying when we reach 1 billion, how are day? But that is why we need to begin now to prepare ourselves for it. The practice, one practice is so hard. People can break out from, quite a number of doing so, from just litigation. There's so much to do, you know. So this is an example. And I highlighted a few more examples, which I will send to you. This one, you have a client that you have agreed to do a purchase, and it's costing 100 million. You send an account, your client's account, to post the 100 million. He sends 500 million. And you ask him, call Morgan, so 500 million, waiting. He said, I will tell you later. When we after we call him again, okay, waiting. That 500 million, say, don't worry, it works. That point, you must file suspicious transaction report to must file. It's a problem somewhere. The same thing if it was a fee. The fee is 100 million and it sends you 250 million. I say, okay, how? Saying, don't worry, take them. He's going to lay a trap. Take them, and that business is coming. Because I already advertised you. Chop 250 million. You don't you ask for, you will bust them for an amount sooner than later. So that's just a simple example. And it happens, many of our lawyers are receiving monies they didn't ask for from clients, especially from politically exposed persons. But we're housing their money. That's reality. We're housing their money. Yeah. Election petitions, even though litigation is not involved in this matter. Some money is for election petitions. The lawyers that are paid are not really getting out that money where they see. They use it to mop up for the state at the beginning of that tenure. For the next 6 months, the governors and the agents will be telling the public it was the election petition that took all the money. Wait, the election petition took all our money, took all the money. We just house the money in lawyers' accounts on pretending that they're paying us fees. That's actually, I think it just go back to that word, the document. Illustrate circumstances that should place suspicion as captured by a guideline. This I sent it by WhatsApp too. Well, let's just illustrate a few. Transactions. Yeah. So the suspicious set of friends, just highlights that I did, and I've sent it across. Don't need to dwell on it. If you just glance through just about 2 or 3 pages, you will find them as an example of the circumstances that should trigger filing suspicious transactions. They are all captured in our guidelines and FATF rules. They're all captured in guidelines and FATF rules. Just glance through them, you see maybe time for question and answers, so we can use them to ask questions and answers. So we're spending too much time dwelling on. There are quite a number of circumstances we have captured under the guidelines and the FATF rules, under which you can trigger suspicious transaction. So much in our guidelines and the FATF rules on politically exposed persons. But the main fact that you have identified a person as a politically exposed person, but when that a transaction with the person triggers suspicious transaction, it's not mandatory that just because it's a politically exposed person, any transaction with him triggers suspicious transaction report. No. There are other circumstances must be there to show that this is suspicious. But what you're told is that because it's a politically exposed person, you must be on your guard from minute 1 to begin to look at the transaction to be sure there's no problem with the transaction. So I'll go back to the slide. So far, we can just pause, please, madam. This time, now when Mike in my hand. Yeah, okay, where is it? Did you lock up this one? So okay, good. Let's tell me, let me first behind there. This is Joseph, Chairman of Boards and Branch. My question is, or my observation is during lectures, you did out that should act as agents. If they have to, should get an agency registered. There's a scenario place who has a property for sale. And I have another client
Who's ready to buy same? I'm not an agent. I wasn't contracted as an agent. I didn't go out sourcing for buyer or seller of any property given to me. So, getting these two clients, who has the property and who's another one is ready to purchase. And the one ready to purchase is ready to pay some percentage as agency fee. Sir, will I collect the money? Similar to pay or get somebody else to when I am contracted that wants that property. Thank you very much. To the district committee to answer you, so that responsibility, you don't come and charge. But advise that if you have a client relationship, it cannot be wrong for you to do negotiations of sales of property of a client. It cannot be. That's the heart of lawyers' work. It cannot be wrong. Now, but at least I remember our earlier rules on land fees and so on. Allow you to watch the two parties. But you must inform them because so you don't go on one. Avoid it like person says, I'm selling it at 50 million. And go and tell this other client it's 55 million. Those that brought some of those people to the small committee that are looking at what they were doing. And they found that they were just agents. Well, and I distinguish that in my own understanding that if you just acting as agent, for property, that's an estate agent. It's no more lawyer's work. But you have clients, it's some of them. Person well, you don't person well. I don't think that if you have an agreement for them for so don't call it agency fee. That's why you are a lawyer. If you call it agency fee, you have now to the disciplinary charge. What clause can you use for agency fee? Finder's fee, facilitation fee. So you can distinguish it from their professional charges. Separate them. State them in an agreement. Separate them. Because our rules are provided for professional charges. You separate them so things will be working. All right. So, yes. This of the Senior Advocate of Nigeria. My question is as regards the example you give, when someone pays, your fees are perhaps 250 million, and somebody pays you 500 million. Now, the question would be that, are you going to take either your 250 and then go and start reporting? Now, what happens after? Because I know that there's been a lot of cases in Nigeria now as regards that your account. Because of course the agency will come in sweeping on your account, and for you that you're trying to be a good person, you have now gone ahead to report. The one that is legitimately yours, how would you be able to differentiate it between the ones that you are trying to report? Then the next question will be, you're trying to be a good person, you have now reported. The aftermath effect on yourself and your client and perhaps your own office. Is there a distinction between what the agency will do? Because sometimes you know that this is Nigerian factor. If you carry a thief's money, as far as they are concerned, you're also a thief. And in this profession, you do not want any dent on your image. And so, the things you perhaps can do to ensure that you are also protected as an individual, so that you do not fall into being taunted by these agencies. And of course, going by the other one that you mentioned, finder's fee, topics like this generally, by the way, are things that we learn or lawyers learn to escape problems in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, this slide we're going to talk about is KYC, know your clients. You know, we can prevent all that excessive payment if we know our clients. We can prevent everything. Filing suspicious transaction report is not reporting a crime. There's no crime. You are not reporting a crime. So your 250 million is not a problem. You are not reporting a crime yet. You are reporting a suspicious transaction for flagging so that the system can look at the background and decide that this is okay, this is not okay. But before it goes to that level, if you know your client won't pay you 250 and you start calling him to tell you what the extra 250 is and he's dodging. That's where the problem is. If I receive that kind of money from a client that is not that known well to me, to know exactly what the extra 250 is all about, without prompting him, I will immediately do with my junior or my partner or my staff to do an invoice for my fee, because they're going to pay the money to my client's account, to do an invoice for my fee, and I approve it, and they present a check, and I sign it and transfer it 250 to our firm account. You never secure when you don't secure your own already now. Then you guidelines too, you are also supposed to seize funds, just like banks do, temporarily, and report. There are some frames, 7 blah, 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 where suspicious monies, you are supposed to hold it down. You're not supposed to allow it to move around the economy until it is cleared. Then after those number of days, you require court order, blah, 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 to keep it hanging and all that stuff until the investigations are concluded. It's a lot of intricate process. But the one that saves us all our problem is the next one, which I was used to illustrate some of these fears we have in relation to reporting and the client, the dangers of reporting clients who we kill, as the case may be. There are some people that as a lawyer, you should always ask them to do as a lawyer. Yes, sorry to take you back in the Put the slide. Yes, sir. Prof, the area of my concern is this issue of agency and the lawyer. Scope of a lawyer's job is so wide. If a lawyer is engaged by a client for the purpose of performing a role, either as an agent, so to say, but not strictly so in terms of designation. But the role is akin to that of an agent. And I do know that agency is by appointment, most otherwise, from conduct. So if the lawyer is appointed to represent a client in any transaction, we are looking for a particular name for the fee of the lawyer. I'm saying finder's fee or whatever. Can easily be called a professional fee because it is within the scope of his practice as a lawyer. Present an agent in almost any transaction that is not unlawful. I therefore feel that at the policy level, the leaders should look into this and clearly separate the lawyer from all this antagonism that's coming from rival professions or traders or of association, because I know this is arising from rivalry. We must be able to set the lawyer free to perform his duties as in his professional capacity, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I usually know that I will play a role as much as I can to change the horizon for our enemies. It's been part of what I've been doing since at least 1997 when I wrote the book on charges. Now, what that question related to is not if you can charge a professional fee. There's no question about that. But we have a guideline on charges. People like me will not talk about agency fee if I have a transaction with 2 clients that are that close to me. I'm not going to deal with any agency fee. I'm going to charge them my professional fees. That's all. And it's a whole lot of money. The problem is that we want to charge professional fee and charge what we say called commission. That's the way the wahala there. In many cases too, if you find that lawyers are unable, for fear of I don't know why, to charge the fee. Charge the fee is that it's going to be 2 times or 3 times more than even the professional the promotion that you're going to finally take, and a tiny fee you're going to take as charges. So, if you the professional fee is non-negotiable, have the courage to charge it, and you bother yourself with commissions and so on. And of course, if you have those kind of two plans before you business asking about commission, but that's what we inject them to our office. We are not mentioning commission. We presented professional fee. And I don't know, I've not read the details of the current one. In the previous one, if you want to charge outside the scale, so just notify them, I'm charging you under the outside the scale, and give them charges. And those charges were even bigger than what we are charging now, to our rules say now. Bigger, but we have the courage to charge them. So this is running into sometimes, depending on the value of the property, into hundreds of millions of naira professional fees. So if you have your rules first, charge your fee. Nobody says insurance. It has nothing to do with commission. Commission deplaces even the word professional fee. So, but I understood the general wahala we have in those areas. We are developing it and hopefully with that leadership now, the kind of leadership we are having now, with young guys who are ready to support these developments, we'll be able to change the terrain for legal practitioners. We have long not reaped our benefits. Yes. So good. Now that's why the slide is it not up again? I'll come to Essence general question with more examples as I go ahead. It's a slide 11. I titled KYC. It's a major part of the guideline, know your clients, KYC. I can tell you from my own experience as a lawyer in Nigeria, from Aba to Abuja, and experience as a teacher and dealing with most people in the profession, 3/4 of our firms and our lawyers do not know their clients. We don't know our clients. 3/4. Most of our clients, you don't know them. You know only peripherally. If they ask you to show their houses and their village, you don't know them. You don't have an idea of their background, how many children they have. You don't know about anything about them, the school they went to. Because we transact from a distance, because we have not been very formal in our practice. And thank God for the guidelines. It will give us an impetus to raise the standard of our practice, apart from complying with the guidelines to avoid money laundering. It must raise the standard of our practice. Many clients developed a form which we share soon with once we approve it. With firms to use as a model, can change anything. You have to know the details, just as the banks now want to know sign to show house in your village or your house, another sign or another building, another significant place. It's how you should know your client. You should know the person. You should know the village. You should know the church you attend. You should know everything about their clients. It's very paramount. And so what I started doing last 2 years with the knowledge of money laundering is I developed a form too. I developed a form for my firm, and I give my clients those new clients, not the old ones. I don't want the old ones to run away, so I don't bother telling them about the money laundering thing. The new clients, I give them those forms to complete them. In their detail, they include BVN. I ask for BVN. If someone asks for BVN, you will that means I also will not agree at the first level, but I insist on completing a BVN. And But I don't give them the form until I don't chop their knocking fee. You never knock, I know where you are. The relationship, I know where you that form. That form will scare you. So I will first collect. When I collect that one where you don't knock, to look at your matter generally and decide whether we are taking it or not. That's what that fee is supposed to do for you. Give some room to think and also to use that opportunity to check for conflict of interest and so on and so forth. No? Then when you charge a fair deposit, in that wise, your client is not likely to run away. When you have a call, you don't start case without, unless the person has own client. But a new client don't start some money, but you look at the matter. Have that courage. When they pay it, they are likely not to run away again. Then I send the form. You know, these days, apart from downtown parts of our country, practices in Abuja and Lagos, I don't know your experience. Clients don't come to office. They don't come to the office. You don't see any client for office. The only time you have clients in the office, when you go trick them, you want to impress them, you trick them to visit, to do something to them. You just say, they're hungry. Even if you never eat that day. So still you don't come to office now. You deal with them and all that. So many things are now exchanged without clients ever coming to office. The moment clients come to office, check it out. Sitting down in the office, they are poor clients. They are poor people to come office. So and so you go to sweat all the time. Go to sweat. Running from court to court. So another person will fill it for you. Gaps in forms. We don't complete forms. Go to a small boy at the counter will be telling you, you have everything here. Simple English. So trying to return forms, these Nigerians, there are gaps. VVN, they don't repeat them. So I now call you on phone. I say, I never, and I explain to you, there's this money laundering thing, they are on our neck, blah, blah, blah. So if you don't feel it, if you find anything like disciplinary action, and it's protected, and I assure the person, he calls it out and I complete it, and all that. That the form itself threatens your client and subjugates him to you. The more formal you are with your client, the more they respect you, the more they trust you and trust your ability. The more formal, the less formal, the less they trust you. Just have the courage to start. Don't do that. And the client will first will be, then we will now understand. He will be talking to you now. He will refer you to negotiate with ceremony. Formalize their relationship with. I tell people, for example, I go to court with a client physically, he's there present in court. Matter finishes, drive back in the same car. He will adjust me or I drop him depending on who relates. I go back. First thing my junior will do is to read the report of that case of that day for me. And if I get it okay, approve it, I say, send to the client. It was there. But that day must be given to him that day. When you see those things, you can charge for anything. You can charge to keep them alive forever. So you formalize this. So the form helps you to raise the standard of your practice, your clients. And I'll give you one example that I found that so important. I have a client who is a senior advocate, whom I'm doing a case for to recover his professional fees. I won't tell you the circumstance of the such some of you will go and know the person. The client agreed to pay some part that I admitted some parts. My client, the senior advocate, used me to file, ask the court to give judgment for that one. And I don't look at that. I said, see, when are we going to execute this judgment if we got it? Where is the man? Where is the address? Can't locate him. Thank God the only person who can find is a lawyer that filed something before and started filing. So we don't file things in his office. But to go and execute, you have to find the thing now. Maybe we will find the bank, find the house, find the car, find it. Where is he? We don't find anything. So I said, look, it will be a waste of time to do this one and then do another one. Let's finish it. Thank God they're now defending, we'll finish it. He told me something. Look, if I have your BVN, did you know you told me? It's fine now. My account. In the house. What do I do with house? What do I do with house? I don't need car. I don't know how to sell this. I'm not a businessman at all. BVN, that's all. You get it, knock the man out. So if you don't have your client's BVN and the man fails to pay you are in court. And you know what court means. And now 5 years, you never finish before you even think about recovering the money. So you see the advantage to yourself is that the client respects you. The client will not fail you. If he fails you, you attack easily. So you have the information. Because that is one that's permitted. Confidentiality. Permitted under our rules. Whatever I feel. It's basically stated in the rules. About the client can use when you have the fee from the person. So that's an advantage. So when your client is so important, we're going to send a form we have developed to everybody to use. Start it. Don't, if you want to have a new client, start it. As I said, my own advice, take the first fee first, the knocking one, and then ask him to complete the forms. If he insists that he won't write some of the things, don't insist. Only try to, but don't insist. Get the information you can, because you supplying information is not the only route for knowing your client. You are under duty to use other routes to know your client. You are under duty to know your client, irrespective of the route you have gone through. But it will be easier for you to start with at least the information he gives to you before you can talk about verifying them. That is the greatest demand of our guideline, know your client. The biggest one. It's the greatest one. That's the one that is huge. Know your client. And we don't know most of our clients. Please know your client is the main challenge. Now, the few other things we need under the guidelines, just with my system working. So to know the source of your fees and your funds, you have to know the source. I am aware of our decisions in Osoro and what's his name again? The other son. Yeah. What? No. Sorry? Sir? Going for settlement. That's my thing was doing. Settlement, yes. I know the decisions talk about you don't need to know the source of your fee. Well, they are court decisions, so you cannot say they are wrong, even though they are wrong. And yeah, but we are bound by it, of course. But what I would like to say is that in common law, under common law, without expressing it in any law, the source of your fee, the source, not necessarily called fee, the source of funds was key in contract and fraud. The source was key in contract and fraud. And so there have been cases, lots of cases in common law where court finds fraud and they won't pay to you when they want to compensate the victim. Take it from you because of the circumstances of which you didn't take any part. So when you tend to know how that money originated, when they do getting up all the monies to return to the victims under the criminal law, yes, we taken. That's already there. Even the churches were taken, doctors were taken back, and so on and so forth. 20 years after, the church will now be raising funds to return money where they donate to them. So there has been some development in that area a long time. But the process relating to finding guilty for money laundering is different from the other common law fraud cases in criminal law. Not you can, of course, you can sue and say legal contract and you want them to pay you money. But the circumstances now, each court have also returned money to parties. They found that they played a part in illegality, but not the substantive part. So there are problems in that area. But the most important one is that it is written in our guideline that you need to know the source. That's one. That's the one I want to flag. So we have moved from that jurisprudence to jurisprudence. Before, we didn't have it expressed anywhere, but we now have it expressed. We also have it expressed in the Money Laundering Act, and it was not set aside because it applies to everybody. It's not lawyers. It's not written there for lawyers. It's written for every person, any money that comes to you. And it was not called fee, just fund. It's not called fee, it's just fund. So we are now written to the guidelines. So there's a need to have an idea about the source of fund. It's not for you to go and start searching for a salary or no. It's just one of those things, red flags that you are supposed to have an idea, and that's why you need to look whether it's surrounding the client. Is he a political spokesperson and so on and so forth. For example, the fee from the governor for his personal matter has been paid by the secretary to the state government and or the chief of staff in cash. You know there's wahala. Mm-hmm. So I will say no. It's wahala. Now, the key takeaways for these two things, major things, our clients file suspicious transactions report. And these will be done to the committee. The committee also has a provision on confidentiality coming to a part of what they're dealing with. And the committee members all have signed confidentiality agreements under oath. And every staff that will be relating to the committee will also sign a confidentiality agreement. We are building a portal where the suspicious transaction report will be filed. The portal will have very high locking keys, just to use ordinary words to express it. And it will be controlled at the highest level of the committee. So it's not even if no other member of the committee will even have access to the portal at the back end of the portal. It will be so secured that you can be guaranteed of complete confidentiality of whatever you file. The portal will soon be up. The portal will also advertise information and lessons and tips and answers to simple questions on every aspect of this money laundering problem. From time to time, the portal will create also simple learning platforms for you to just glance through things and learn a few things. You will also have access to calls to members of the committee, and somebody will be dedicated to answer questions or take them in, and answers will come later. It's going to be a big job. It's a big job, a huge job for the bar. The president have just approved an office at level 1 of this hall for the committee's work. And we have started receiving some grants to provide infrastructure for the committee's work. So we're taking off fully very soon. And the very major job we're going to do in the second quarter of this year is to go and inspect offices of lawyers and inspect their documents and records to know the level of our compliance with the anti-money laundering guidelines. But we're not going to go to every lawyer's firm. It's not possible. We're going to do samples and in branches, we're going to do samples. But everybody should be at the same level. And one of the levels is, for example, these training we have done. I will urge the MDA ICL to issue a certificate for each person that attended this training, highlighting especially, highlighting the aspects of money laundering and the rules of professional conduct as key. Highlight it in that letter or certificate they're going to issue. And when you go back to your law firm, ask your clerk, secretary, associate. I don't have a secretary. We don't have secretaries in our office. We work, everybody's a secretary. We don't have anybody called secretary. So everybody works on his own. But you guys that have secretaries, and I hope you're not going to drag and go in our village too. As a secretary or your associate or your partner or your staff or whoever to do a file, not AML, and you file it. So that it will be one of the things we would like to see. Is there a training file? Is there a file for training in the guidelines? That evidence is an evidence of beginning to comply with the AML guidelines. So we need to see training files for yourself, for your staff, and other people around you from time to time. So create a training file like this, so that at least we can have a training file when we come. You don't have a suspicious transaction file unless you have filed one. So unless you have filed one, you have one. But I will also urge you not to have a physical file if you file a suspicious transaction. Don't create any physical file. You have to keep it digital so that you only know who in your firm will have access to as part of my answer, to the suspicious transaction you have filed. Now, the suspicious transaction is not reporting a crime. We are not reporting a crime. It's a simple thing. For example, the example we gave, if you suspect that this is not, we give as a B, you just notify us that this is suspicious. And there may be very few circumstances, you may never have one in your practice where you need to file a suspicious transaction, because it is completely confidential and it has to do with transaction fund. The likelihood is that you file a suspicious transaction report for the extra 250 million. It is mandatory that your bank would have sent a suspicious transaction report. A currency report. A currency report. Same currency report. It's about 10 million naira. The bank sends currency reports. So it's already a source. The two banks withdrawn to the same report, currency report. So they are not fresh in the matter. So there are sources for the report to go to us, to go to the system, not that comes to us is a suspicious transaction report. And we will escalate it if we suspect, we think it's actually suspicious. Because we evaluate it to determine that there's no problem about that. You may even call in again to say, look, that has explained to me. So it's not escalated as a suspicious transaction. It's just for the system to verify, especially for terrorism financing. That's where the fear is most. You want to know where is this money coming from? Wow, who is paying it? Even when it is a scale than terrorism financing. Terrorism finance is high. Even people paying small money. Even 5 million can become a suspicious transaction depending on circumstance of the payment and who is paying it and so on and so forth. So now the lawyers are often used to legitimize illicit funds due to their access to legal structures like trusts, share companies, and foundations. And there's nothing wrong with creating a share company. Nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no law that says you can't manage things to share company, except our own law now that says you can't. But generally, there's nothing wrong in creating. So if you go ahead and do it, this law will not catch up with you. But you can't do it in Nigeria. Now, Failure to conduct proper due diligence can lead to complicity in money laundering. That is one. Banks are required to file SCRs when they encounter suspicious transactions, even if they are not directly involved in illicit activity. Lawyers are not expected to investigate their claims. You are not expected to investigate it. You are not whistleblowing. It's not a whistleblower. They must be vigilant and report any red flags to the appropriate authorities. And I said earlier, this will only arise because you don't know your client. If you know your client, really, there's hardly anything you need to transact with a person that's not suspicious unless you are involved, unless you are a partner in the crime. If you know your client, really, there's hardly anything that you transact with the client that will be suspicious because you know exactly the circumstance, the background, and everything to do with it. So those clients that are looking to transfer extra 250 million are going to be first time one-off clients, passerby clients. We're not going to return after that, and we know what they're doing. So it is important that you distance yourself from them by filing a report. They're not reporting a crime. The system will look at the transaction and determine if there's any problem. If there's no problem, nobody will hear about it even. Nobody will query, nothing will ask. Why is this so? Filing, as I said yesterday, filing an STR protects lawyers from liability as it demonstrates compliance with AML guidelines. That is what filing a report does for you. It creates a prima facie case for your innocence. If the transaction ends up as a money laundering transaction. If you do not file reports, transfer that wahala to yourself because you now can be charged with the person. But if you transfer, you did it, you will find that you will not, the system has not done it. In fact, one of the things they argued in the US when they were fighting their own law was that filing a currency report takes you out of the crime completely. And that's how the judges have done. So if they are not reporting under their law, they file transaction report under the Foreign Exchange Act. So once it's $10,000, $1, every lawyer will file a report. Once it's $10,000, $1. And once you file that report, it's the end of your wahala. That money is coming from Osman bin Laden, dead or alive, doesn't concern you anymore. The reporting is what creates innocence. The lack of reporting is what creates problem. Even here now, you cannot transact currency anymore. I think you are aware of that. You don't have to be a lawyer to know that if you buy anything with more than 5 million naira, it's a crime. I hope you know. If you buy or sell anything, buy 5 million naira in cash, it's a crime. You don't know, it doesn't matter whether you're a lawyer or not. So if you receive 250 million naira in cash, you know you yourself, you know, so you are doing the money laundering yourself. So you don't need to report. I agree to accept it. You see the areas I'm going to. There are too many things that will not allow you to the level of filing a report. So instead of taking 250 million naira cash, you insist that they should transfer it to account. I mean, you're talking about the SS, you're talking about your own fee. You receive 250 million naira cash, it's a crime. So the person to pay it. It's the account. And, so you can be free from the wahala. Of course, we know sometimes you may not be money laundering, but want to run away from tax, which is also somehow money laundering. Because you get 250 million, tax people will remember you if they see you one day. So what do do? I prefer to pay that tax. And if you wait 1 month, you say if you wait for 1 month for 250 million, if you wait 1 month, you don't pay them again. How many people will pay tax from 250 million after 1 month? If you give me 250 million naira and I'm not paying the tax now, you will have to pay it later. I will have to pay it later. Because you know how the money is. If I receive 1 million naira now, and anybody watch me here, I will give them lunch. Anybody watch me here now, I will say, come, make we go to the other side, that hotel. I give everybody here lunch. If you want to use 5 million naira, I don't go bring that one cook. Because I go don't see say 5 million. That 5 million can go and paint a house, so they go. You start seeing the more the money comes, the less you are going to use it to support anything else other than your own ambition. The eyes go still need to grow. If your car has been giving you wahala, if you receive 10 million now, you are not thinking about buying a new car. But if the money comes like 20 million, you need to think about who you wire now to get another 5 or 10 to buy a brand new car. To get the phone now. Yeah. So that's how the thing is. For I think the tax, I just call up the system and say, give me an assessment for this, and I just pay it, close my eyes, and I'm happy with that. I pay it. No wahala. Because the system, always look at my account. Always look at my account because I have done a lot of international expert evidence. So I get paid in dollars or pounds. So they look at my account all the time. And you know, my spouse is a judge. They look at my account all the time to know whether they share money from wahala people. So with that, I'm a troublemaker. You know, say I go for WhatsApp all the time because wahala. So troublemakers are people. So something else, there's something else we'll find for this man. When they saying it too good, we'll find something else and hold you and try them again. So I don't want that kind of wahala. So I pay the tax in advance before the year ends. I paid it, and I thank God for the balance. But so you could even know it's it. Not even end it. So instead of getting to a problem and you know, Tinubu is cleaning up the system. And we're working into a system now where seen, your money should be seen. You can't hide anymore. Seen, to be seen. You can't hide anymore. Now, but before the committee starts going around, we give notice to the firm. We're not going to go around by surprise. You give notice to the firm. You ask the firm that these are the things we're coming to look at. And give this firm time. You use the protocols also gives us the time frame, the notice period, and so on and so forth. I'm going to pick sample law firms. Of course, we'll come to troublemakers like him, we'll come to his office. So we're going to sample every branch, but not everybody. It's good for us to begin early to get prepared. So question time. Question time. Yes. You start from there. We'll come back to the things you have asked before.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chairman MD of Fubash. The question is actually a flow from the analysis question. I'm not concerned about the Nigerian factor. The question is not a problem. But I think what the analysis was trying to emphasize is when you experts, are you not technical or directly exposing yourself? For example, for instance, you receive 250 million. Suddenly you're like, who is this person? You now become like a target or the client or the person. I think this is so how can you assure us that the bodies and I say all of those persons, for example, apart from the committee, how I'm trying to look for a way to right, how can they, how transform, how improve the activities in such a way that they are both good, targeting or wanting to like perhaps someone or make someone a victim. Thank you. I don't remind the Nigerian system, that's just the area. Thank you.
But it's not peculiar to Nigeria.
before, I would have been able to answer that question completely 100% as you want it to be answered. To say I fell out of native doctor school. I had tried to do that training, but I failed. Remember the Panama Papers? With all the systems in them. Look about this young man in Junior. Is it Julian? I think Julian what? Back of America. That's America. And then I've got into what about the last year or less than one week fly in America because somebody captured their data. And so no plane could land on because nobody could land with each other. Passengers, they passenger. So nobody. And at that level, Wahala go fit still there. We can only deal with the human being. There's no way we can give you 100% God's word. I think we're not. But you can be sure that we have a job for the next 2 years plus. You can be sure that if at there, your question is answered. You can be sure that I guarantee that. Yeah, I guarantee that completely 100%. And I'll give you an idea without saying too much that even the committee members, even at that level, will not even have access to some things other people may have access to. So you can be sure of that. It's paramount. That's why we named it number 2 objective. Which we read this morning. It's our first objective as well. Second objective is confidentiality. That's why we made the guideline. Number 2 objective. So it's paramount, very paramount. I can also tell you that our suspicious transactions is not going to be moved automatically, as I said. And we are not filing to NFI. Remember, I said it before. You are not filing any damn nonsense to NFI or ACUML. You're not filing anything. That's the war we fought and won. We're not filing anything before them. We're only filing to ourselves. It's we that will determine. And so it's possible we have also looked at the matter to see that there's no wahala here and forget it. But NFI itself also have guaranteed us that their confidential is in fact in the law is a crime. Divulging confidential is a crime. In FIA law, it's a crime. So they have also taken is a key factor at FATF. Confidentiality is very high, paramount. That's why we got our members to all sign confidential agreements on oath. So it's key. So to that extent of human mind, I can tell you that there is nothing to fear. And also have also told that the transactions that will amount to suspicion may never come to you. If you know that client, most important thing is to prevent things about your client. I didn't interpret about the records you're supposed to keep and so on and so forth. These are details in the system. But the 2 primary things you know your client, that's the highest. Then followed by if you have a suspicious transaction, you must notify us. That is the only way there will be problem with the disciplinary process if we don't have them. But before you get there, it is because you didn't know your clients. And if you didn't know your clients, then you need not to. If you take the clients, then you are putting yourself in that problem if there's going to be any. I can tell you about I say under the Cabran crew, you can take any case, William. You can take any case under the Cabran crew. Should take any case, isn't it? I don't know how many of us remember Anene. If you didn't hear it, you must have remembered about it. But we were there when Anene thrived in Guinea. Anene and Chimbo. So if you have not heard about it, and just give it. It was there. You can remember that parents. You should be ready to be shot at any time. That's it. I say KYC. Chicago is still for an no. And then also the doctor.
It just because the doctor, they are paying the doctor who was treating the because they are having constant shot wounds. The crowd, their team, they were shooting one cover. So they had a dedicated hospital. The doctor, they had to bring them and go to treat them to save them. Now shot by police, one of the they went for operation and they ran to the doctor around 3 a.m. and the doctor refused to take it because the police were now doing surveillance on the doctor because they have gotten some tips. So the doctor refused to take the patient and the guy died. And that death led to police finding out who was connected to this dead guy. And they now were able to trace some of them. And when the Babangida arrived, they need to ask the Inspector Police, have you found an enemy? They had to raise their standard of investigation. And now it was war. So they were searching for an enemy on Sumbo. Sumbo then ran to the doctor's hospital when broad daylight around 1 p.m. That's and when the doctor saw them, he started running upstairs. They chased him upstairs and shot him right there. So if you know your clients, you know you will reach that fear. But if you say in a car branch, you don't carry another case. Yourself. You know reports. Even if you are only bank reports, you can shoot you too. Like you. So know your clients. So you go there, use the mic, like this. Please, for this to Oga. Then to our colleague here, yes. That's I saw a little sand. That's why I said what you do first before you. Because very few ladies they ask questions.
If is a gender friendly. The name is Dr. Yuga Desmond, chairman as well as station in Middle Branch. And I have an observation to make and I have some peers. I'm aware that Nigeria nations, we are supposed to follow in conventions, rules, treaties, yes, that will make the peace. But as much as we are adopting some of these policies, which have gone in civilized and developed countries, to always take into consideration our own living situations. Now, yes, in civilized societies, when a judgment is given, it's usually easy to enforce because the mayor on the other side will not try to be funny, including arbitration agreements. In these rules of including policy in our use of professional conduct. These are the safeguards for lawyers who do reporting. We're saying it here now. Once a law is made, the exceptions will be there. Some of the things that would have gone in, the opportunity to bring it in again. I'm saying this. First of all, it will expose lawyers to some of these regulatory agencies. Lawyers are suffering in the hands of police, and in fact, is only pointing out that it has not been able to overcome us. We should think on the needs every day. Go to the police station, there is no respect, you have to drop your phone. Situation the position that lawyer that reports to be investigates. The next time I think EFCC is involved, the time you don't have to provide the claims. You have reporting or you have right on other issues. I'm saying but is in the country himself something like insurance. What is insurance? You know, protection for lawyers. What is lawyers no problem? But some of them thinking of things, you don't have that point. It's actually going to. This is the time to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have talked about this. We figured ourselves in this matter. Yeah. So the beginning is first, I must warn you, the guideline is law. We're not discussing something we're going to pass. The guideline has come into effect. Second, you must file a suspicious transaction report. You find a suspicion on subjective, objective principle. People look at that fact and say it's suspicious, and you file it. It is not, you have no choice. The only choice you have is that yourself early. Understand what suspicious transaction is and file a report. Not filing a report to NFI as chairman, this is why you are here. You must go back and educate your members. Because if the chairman speaks this way, you have to understand that you have to read this guideline word by word and understand it. And it has given you a lot of information, which is why I said it's not something you can learn a day. We're all learning on it, but first have it. And that's why I also summarized the guideline, which I sent by WhatsApp. I don't know whether I glanced through it. It's not more than 3 pages. Start with the summary. I've also summarized the protocols. I don't think it's more than 3 or 4 or 5 pages. I summarized it. I also sent it to you. I've also sent you the guideline itself. I've also sent the protocol itself. But I've given you summary. Don't go and read the guideline first. Read the summary first. Start with the summary. And that will help you to get interested in going to read the rule. We have to know it. We have said it here repeatedly. We are not filing any report to police. We are not filing any report to NFI. We are not filing any report to SUML. We are not filing any report to DSS. We are not filing any report even with the boss card which you said. We are not filing any report. We are filing to ourselves, and I'm chairman. So, other than going to do blood with you, there's nothing else we can do. So, next question, please. Yes. Sorry, Prof, I didn't introduce myself the last time. Did you see the chairman Enugu branch? Prof, I want to find out the arrangement you have for making under the new client requirement, whether the form you talked about, the form that we are supposed to give to clients to fill. No. This is supposed to. The KYC is know your client. From my experience in practice, most of us don't know our clients. We really know. It is important now to know the client. Yes. So what I said about the form is that it's an advisory. What I did was to start with creating a form. Yes, which we are looking at the committee level to harmonize people's views, and then we use it as template for people to copy. Instruct management is a model. If anything you don't like, they will cancel it. Yes. And not every client requires a form. You should know your client to know how to relate to your client. Yes, so I approach my new clients by asking them to complete a form, then follow it up with a talk or call to complete things that are not giving me. Because it would be easier for me than to just ask them questions in a month. It will be like cross-examination when you're asking them, and they are not going to be happy sitting before you and you're cross-examining me. What is the name of your death? What is the name of your death father? Now you have to sitting down for your face and doing that. So I designed a form which I encourage people to also use. That's what I'm actually going to. That form will become part of the guideline as a template, adaptable by lawyers in dealing with their clients. Yes, we will send it out as a template, not as guideline, but as one of the things. That's why we're building the portal, producing information to help everybody in the process of understanding what to do. It's a long process. It's not going to be learned today. I am still learning it as I'm working on it. Yes, but you can be sure. Even if you want me to send that my own, I'll just remove my client's name and I'll send it to you. Yes, I would like to have it. That's number one. I'll put you on the WhatsApp group too. Yes, sir. That's good. That's good. Number two, sir. Does volume of money involved in a transaction per se automatically is the suspicion? No, not at all. Not at all. Finally, sir. what are the safeguards for the client-lawyer relationship in this reporting?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Then, which is in our guidelines that you will never disclose to that client that you reported. It will be a disciplinary matter for you to disclose to your client that you reported. That's one of the safeguards. It's completely confidential. Completely. Each of these confidentiality will attract disciplinary action. Complete. Yes. Yes.
So my question, sorry, my name is Benjamin. I'm the chairman, MBA Local Branch.
Okay.
My question is in respect of the this issue of excessive payment of legal fees. You highlighted it in the course of your election that a lawyer is entitled to 50 million, he has charged a client, and subsequently the client pays up to 500 the account. That requires reporting, which is very clear. But on the other side, specific reference on the same issue to politically exposed persons, PP. And my question is, does that not affect the lawyer's charges? Or when you talk of excessive payment of legal fees, does it not require that the lawyer is entitled to charge as much as he likes? And that if the lawyer's charges are much, that amount to an offense? Because the lawyer believes the client has the capacity to pay. The lawyer, on the other hand, is not interested in cases in his office. You have a good brief. Charges should be good enough to sustain you a reasonable number of things. So, sir, this is where my question actually lies.
Sure. They're doing well. Of course. I like when you have courage to charge. Because that's the only way you can survive. I've never believed that you can enforce charging rules. I've never believed in it, and I still don't believe you can enforce it. It is very individual capacity. If you have no courage, you can't charge. If you have courage, you will charge. Our rules, specifically, expressly, rules of professional conduct, even before the monetary charge was added, it's specifically separated there. Excessive fee is a disciplinary action. Disciplinary action. If you charge unreasonably, it's a disciplinary action. And it has always been in common law. So that's distinguished from where you have already agreed on a fee. You stopped on top of it. That's not the same thing, though. Yeah, sure. I'm a Sherman branch. I just need a clarification, sir. In the course of your lecture, you mentioned that should start visiting their firms in selected jurisdiction. Now, you mentioned that a file, every firm is supposed to open a file what firms expected to have awaiting this visitation from the committee. I need clarification on that, sir. Yes, there are plenty. There's a list in the protocol which I've sent to you. Yeah, are you on the WhatsApp? Yes, I have. Good. It's a list of things you are supposed to be doing in the firm to comply with the AML guidelines and the guidelines are two of RPC. There's also a list we have looking at and highlighted in the protocols of the committee's work, which I also sent to you. So if you read those guidelines, you see the kind of things you need to do to be ready
as a person who has complied with the guideline. And one of them is when I gave example that training and retraining on AML is one of the things you need to do to be safe to comply with the guidelines against money laundering, training on money laundering. And I just illustrated that this training is one example. And I shouldn't lose the opportunity of creating a file called AML training for your office. For if this ICL ask them to issue a certificate for each participant and highlight the training to improve the AML issues. If you put that copy in that file, you have started complying. So if you also send your juniors to even online training on ML, there should be some, even the people that train their juniors or the office staff or yourself have certificates and are not issuing one. You can ask one of your juniors to write a report of this training that you have done. And I'm sure the program of activities or advertisement for it, copies of it with a report of your junior to you. So I went to this training on Thursday or so. That is a copy in the AML file showing that training is going on. That's one of the compliance. Thank you. Yes. Any other question? Finish. So let's have the two, then we'll conclude. If you finish anything in your life, you will die that day. So I'm going to finish what we will discuss. Because if I finish now, I will die. So I'm not going to finish, so I will just leave some. So I'll come back again. There's no more still trying to learn. It's Michael James, Chairman of that branch. Okay. Question is concerning the IC, the clients are supposed to have the information of our client, at least basic information. There are some things that is funded by a third party. In this instance, how are we supposed to get the information? Is it the client or the person? Please. Thank you. Yeah. It's your clients. I think we're there. Yeah, this is the sample of the madam who was paying for the brother. I agree that the client was the brother, not the madam. So all of the decisions are towards their client, not the third party. In this circumstance they're talking about, person paying their fee must know that person. Yeah, because the issue about money laundering, you can see that, sir. The issue about money laundering is not about relationship other than financial transaction. That's all about money laundering. It's not because he likes you or you don't like him. It's just the fact that money is moving around. That's all that about AML. Currency financing and AML is just about money. So you just been paying, you should know the person. Yes. Yes, thank you. That's a good question. Yes. I think there was one more hand there. Where? Was it there? Okay, good. Oh, yes. Oh, she needs one, bro. I look about it. Yeah. Find that the lawyer will not confront the client by reporting this SCR. Now, over time, we find that like 4 or 5 reports done for high network users that we look for. Now, they were not informed by council. They were not informed that there was a report. Avoid so it's going to inform them that we are doing a report. Now, I'm asking. We find that over time, there are 5 reports or 10 reports we have done. And these are like big ones. Now, there will be one incident that will trigger off going back to the accounts and doing service compliance. And then it's going to come down to one more time. Also, such things one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the one as usually manifest. There will be a huge backlash against one of them. Typically, we start about this. So maybe I just help you. If you have more than one suspicious transaction report in the next 2 years on one client, then if you don't terminate that relationship, they should anything they like, they do to you. So that's what it is. We are trying to prevent reporting crime. The aim of the guideline and money laundering act is to prevent money laundering. You have clients that constantly are stealing money from women in America. They are going to marry them, and they're using the money to transact with you. I report 1, I report 2, I report 5. You are involved in the crime. So this is that's why I say if you do what you are supposed to do, get to suspicious transaction. You know your client, you know what the matter is about, you know what you're doing. Don't continue to claim that you are just a lawyer, but you know the source of the crime that's a transaction is coming to you, and then you're shipping the money back for you to buy houses or buy cars. And I could have told you one story, but if I say it, a few people from my back here will know it, so I won't tell it. Of my colleague who was buying cars with money, stolen, armed robbery money from this country, my lawyer. They will ship the cars stolen from people and he will be selling. And you find the first one and find the second one and find the third one. Then you're the armed robber. It's as simple as that. Preventing money laundering, we're not reporting crime. We want to stop people from laundering money to you. So if you don't meet your client, then don't transact with the client. It's as simple as that. Yes, it's not we're not reporting crime. We are preventing money laundering and terrorism financing. Transactions should not pass through you that are suspicious. That's all we are saying. Well, nothing else. It's not a difficult matter. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Last one, yeah, the last one, very close. Okay. Okay, there's a colleague here. Yes, please. Okay. Thank you, Professor. It's Yakubaro, the MBA chairman in a branch. It's Yakubaro, a branch. Okay, thank you, sir. My question, sir, is what is the situation where the issue of this KYC, the client that approaches you is, for example, in Abuja, but he tells you that his brother who is living in Lagos is going to you ask for, but it happens later, eventually that the money of crime. What is your safeguard? That's to get to the level where you will be discussing if you committed a crime or not. That's why we want you to do the KYC. And thank God for that question from the colleague upstairs that says a third party is paying. You need to know that third party. The same KYC should be applied to the third party. Even if not immediately, but subsequently, if you have to retain that client. Remember, client retainership is not always one-off. And most of us, the questions have been bothered about losing the client. So most of our clients are not one-off. Even if they have one case, doesn't mean they are one-off. Because we are still keeping them in mind in case they have more transaction or refer it to other people, isn't it? So you need to KYC the source. That's why we say source. You also need to know the person. You may not know the person first of all, but there are questions you will ask that will make you feel comfortable to go ahead with transaction. The questions
may not necessarily be to find out the village of the person and so on. Just ask the client to give you a letter explaining, and let that person who is paying also give you a letter explaining that he's paying for this person. Do you understand, sir? That is for you to be protected. That's of the important KYC is for their protection. Our lawyers to be charged with their clients for money laundering and terrorism financing. We don't want them to be charged. So that's why we need to take steps to KYC their client. If there's a suspicious transaction, report it so that they are not charged together. That's all that we are going to do. And in doing that, it will prevent to a great extent, we cannot stop it, and terrorism financing. Is that what you say? Sure, sir. It's a simple thing, people do it all the time. Somebody else is paying. So, we do is to ask for a letter. If you don't have to do, I'll draft it and send. You'll sign for me and return. So you have beneficial evidence of the steps you took to be sure it is a legitimate transaction. Okay, there's another that was raised, I think he has surrendered. Are we surrendered? Okay, yeah, that's the last question. Yeah, last one. I think we got there.
My name is Indian Chairman of the branch. Surrendered silence summarized what I was supposed to say, but I will further amplify and peaceful. Thank you for the event and raise the comment that appears that this event shows that even though practitioners are of school, education has been created for them to report to the board. Is that issues against our colleagues, for more especially charging small fees and running into trouble. That is what I was discussing with some of my colleagues here. I will tell my colleagues and all of us gathered there to go back and to our service, the higher professionals, but also sure that the standard of charging of fees are enforced in our branches. The sources of trouble in our branches, charging of fees. Thank you very much, Prof.
That's it all. If you charge small, you do small. Small wahala. Cases that have given most trouble are small charge money. Small charge money. Because no matter how good-hearted you are, it's a limit to a man's motivation. Motivation they go as you motivate. As large heart as you have, after some time, that charity will do well, not as sleep. So no small money, small charge, big wahala. If you charge well, it will not disturb you a second. They are afraid of you. Charge small, they tell you every time, you can see that miss calls 5 times at the go. 7 a.m., that time the bushman, they are telling you. Thank you, guys. The important thing about the program is not that we learn everything today. It's not possible. It's just to awaken our interests on subjects, and with that, incremental understanding of it. And one of the benefits of this type of areas and this type of meeting is also expose you to some other areas of practice that don't even look traditional. There's also advising for ML because of the level of ML activity that will go up in the next 1 or 2 years, especially because hopefully Nigeria will come out of the green by May. Activities will wrap up because to be chased around for AMA compliance. Many companies, many charities. You need the person to advise on compliance first. And that doesn't take that long. So that's responsible to the other professions who take the. So it's a job creation if you understand it. No matter where you are practicing from. Like I said, practice is no more based on your office or your situation, where you are situated. Practice is online now. So almost everything is by phone call. So look at the areas. Even if you have 2 or 3 of you in the office and you are not interested, get your junior to be interested in also being an advisor on AML. See that office might be creating another job for the office. So it's a win-win for everybody. We prevent money laundering for the country. We get out of the green list as fast as possible. Get into the blacklist. That will be dangerous. And that's why we are not using our Naira cards to now do dollar. But before the other passenger, if you go anywhere, you put a Naira card in an ATM, it will give you the currency of that country. I don't know whether you guys experienced it. Yes, but now it's not possible. It's not even possible to transact with the dollar Naira now online for dollar money. This is the main problem. So I thank you guys for listening. It's a technical area, but I believe that with a little attention, to as many zones and branches as possible. We are going to go around, also going to train additional people other than members, interested lawyers. Of any of you who is interested in programs, can indicate to me on that WhatsApp group. I take notes. Those who are interested to also help, like to have smaller group training. So people who are interested will also be empowered to be trainers for branches. Thank you, guys. Let me see. So, people say recognize the presence of the senior advocates of Nigeria. Those sources of presence to you. You're welcome, sir. We also have our own January branch. For some reason, we just have a leg. That's our leg there. That has been sent through the platform. That's where the assessment session is. That's what we do through that assessment. So stretch our legs a little bit and back. So you have to take certain thing off before the session. So it's how take out the next 10 minutes to fill out that, then we can start the seat. Now 30 minutes, 30 to put up 30 minutes. Okay. Okay. Sorry, let me say has something to tell us.
Thank you so much, everyone. I was just discussing here with Prof that one of the benefits or the advantages of this section for what the MB is doing is to actually sense all of us from the external people, and you know them, like Madam Chairman had mentioned, it's only Boy Scouts that is not harassing us. And as funny as that may sound, this particular aspect of AML ring fences us away against all those agencies. And the comment I made was that some of the things that we do here is perhaps to ensure that we teach ourselves the tricks to fight against issues. And it is the responsibility of NBA to ensure that every member of the bar is protected from outsiders. And of course, if you see a situation whereby one of these agencies come to you, you can say, no, I'm already reporting to the Nigerian Bar Association. So please go and fight the Nigerian Bar Association. And like you know, of course, some of us will come out and fight for any member that is of the NBA because we all need this protection. And it's for us, like I mentioned to Prof, to support this project, to support it, to ensure that we tell all our members, because one of the things I see that might happen now is some of the members, when you begin to write to them, there will be an application in court against you, trust me. But if we begin to tell them that, no, this is for us by us to protect us against those external aggressors that might come after, of course, we can actually regulate ourselves within. Thank you so much, everybody.
I really want to say it because it's so key. I couldn't have said it better than he said it. In fact, the fight now, NFIU, SCML, they will fear me anytime, anywhere they see me now, they will fear. Now fear. When they go to the program, they can't say anything anymore. Before the last 6 months, they were bullying everybody. And I told them in our meetings, we will not report to you. We will not. And the only way we can get that power is that we have done it well ourselves. In fact, we see beyond another, I can reveal this to you, a lot of it. We held some meetings and I went to the Attorney General to ask the Attorney General to get us to concede the appeal at the Supreme Court and wrote what they wanted us to sign. The president took me there, and when I finished, the Attorney General carried his head, I said, he just cleared the paper. And I said to NFI, we shall not report to you. It's a fight. But the only way we can win that fight is that we are doing our own. Otherwise, we will collapse in the fight. And in fact, now they are also trying to amend the Money Laundering Act. And I know the end is to rope us in. We're waiting for them. So it is just, I'm so happy, you know, whatever else, the way you said it. I think I said it better that we need to know that this is our own benefit that we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. So, so I think we refer to the several hours sitting on those in the back. So while since let's all remain seated, I think that will also actually let they can go about their business. So, thereabouts, thank you very, very much, everyone.
Okay. Oh, okay, sir.
Really brilliant. attention to improve it. The director of my series here, Sarah, Omega, Ajijola. So pay attention to what you have to tell you.
It is regards to the NDICLE certificate in terms of training for the 2 days. Although we have shared paper attendance, but we're coming up with a QR code for everyone to scan because we realize that the physical attendance going around, your names are not properly written. And even the email address that will be sending the e-certificate might not drop in your boxes. So we have come up with a QR code that will be pasted. It will be also outside at the registration point so that you can fill so and get your details correctly. Thank you very much. So that you need to scan. I saw some of our colleagues scanning the earlier one. That's the wrong one. This is the correct one. Once you, on your phone, you can just download QR scanner. That will help you automatically take you once you scan for you to fill the form. Thank you again.
Then while sometimes you like it's blocking somebody's car. So you flash your car from your vehicle. This opportunities. Gentlemen, we are winding down this evening. I will do the next sessions to succeed in what we want to achieve. I will have to break us into six geopolitical groups, because it's going to be a little bit, it's going to be a discussion, it's going to be a competition. Because that is, we're going into the step down side of the whole thing, because two chance are the grand chairman and pilot chairman. What we have done here is going to cascade down. So, the six geopolitical zones. We start from the northwest, northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, south south. Do you understand? Now, to assess compliance, we also need to track what is going down. That's what I put on the branch level. That's why we have the branch chairman and we have the wireless chairman or chairperson here. So, local persons, we are going to do, we have a training model that we're going to share with you. Now, what is simple is that we're going to break into total groups, regional levels, south, south, all the branches there, northwest, all the branches there. Total group, them. You understand? Because we're going to ask questions there, and we're going to determine how best to push this training down to members of your branches. Because when you go back to your branches, you're going to use this training. Because you need to monitor it. Everyone says yesterday that the best branch determine we are going to host the next stage. I'll give you an example. Look like South South now, and we already has just to have a better implementation plan. What you see is that we're going to the next South South regional training, the next step. And invite other people to enter. And so what we're going to determine now is how best we're going to determine we're going to suggest the training, how we're going to do the training, what are going to do, so your decision is how you are going to do that will do it. So I'm going to request, I'm going to request while we're about to run down our seat, but let's rearrange ourselves. This bottom half is from northwest. Now we do the northwest here. The second half is northeast. So if you're not in the northwest or the northeast, come to this side of the hall. Northwest at the bottom half. No, which should be on. North central at the bottom there. Northwest up there. West down there. Up there. Oh, what's your own? North Central. North Central. North Central. Can we have a chairman in North Central this way? The bottom steps, the bottom half of the steps. Central down, northwest up. North Central down. Yes, North Central down. Northwest up, Central down. It is down there, please. South south up there. Up. South south up, south south up. Northwest down. Southeast, come forward here. South southeast here.
Southwest.
Southwest is what the
Northeast is front shape.
Okay, but someone will be a panelist.
South is up there. Southwest is down here. Center in the middle. Southwest right in the middle. Get your seating arrangements and we will start shortly. You can run down your breakfast around the club. So at this, what I'm doing is plan the leadership. Somebody will come out to make your presentation. I'm going to show you where so that you can look at this. You discuss, I'll give you time to discuss what you want, and then someone will come and sense it on behalf of your launch.
Let me keep Take it.
has been served on the OLAC platform and also on Chairman's platform. So everybody will go through the platform gets the training manual. This go through it. Familiarize yourself with it so that you get the idea of what we're trying to do.
Are you okay? They said that you go to Portugal. For your ICL.
Yeah. Probably go. It's supposed to be interactive. So what I want is for every regional question now, you have seen it, talk amongst yourself. Somebody will present this. How do you want to go about this? You see, the thing is very simple. We're going to step in this stream. Northwest. Sorry. I can't know. There's a big gap. How do you talk if there's a gap? Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. There's a gap. Come closer together so that you can discuss. Because you are going to have to talk amongst yourselves. Together because South, who's your focal person? Somebody has to present for you people. Who's your focal person? Central, have that discussion. Let's have that discussion. Right? What are we? Step down training, check on the platform. There is a report that was sent there. It's for step down training. Then of the PDF. Step down training. Go through it now. I can't answer everybody one I'm talking. I said go through it, come together. You're all standing separately. You can't work like this. You have to come. It's like come close, discuss it. I can't be talking to one person and one person. It's supposed to be an interactive thing. So that's why you have Southeast. Southeast come together. Look at this thing. There are questions. There is a training module. You look at this and say, okay, this is how we, the Southeast chairman. Your methodology might be different from the guy in the Northeast. That's why you are clustered. Because it's competitive. They will fund it. You understand? It will be funded. So if you are quiet, you are robbing your branch. Because if another branch is more vibrant about this, it is that branch that is funded. That branch will now become the basis of operation for this thing. So we're sitting down, they don't help it.
Great. Yeah, this thing, you have a platform. Somebody can use it. You can put it on there. We'll give your young guy this. If the young lawyer not on this, I gave a link yesterday for everybody to go to the ruler WhatsApp. If your young lawyer not on that ruler WhatsApp, so it's there already now. I said it first now. I already said I posted on Chairman's platform for the yes. I'm not. Which platform? I go help you. I know that. I can't argue personally. I've already dropped it on the chairman's part. You should have joined it on the chairman's part. That's what that person said. And I kept thinking, join it. That's where all the trainers are. That's where all the trainers are going to give their flight. So if you're not there, it means that if they are giving your colleagues, they won't give you. It's already on the chairman's platform. I'm trying to keep it. Have you gotten it? Have you gotten it? Times Y CY. You are blocking somebody. Right? Yes, you are blocking someone.
From my
Are we ready? That's the label on the screen. So it should be set on the roll platform. The roll platform.
It's very simple. Yesterday, the number of observations as to how here you get sparks or issues. One of our chairman even asked that can they do the training for us at our business level. But you see, we cannot go to our 128 branches. So we need to talk about this. One of the first things they set out to do is to create this sensitization program. They were strategic to use chairman and pilot chairman. Those are the leaders of children as advanced level, how you look at it. Now, how do you implement this? So, that part of yesterday and this morning, because that's the question. How do we take that? What the life has done is that we find this children, you have to adopt it. For that to come down to our members. That's how we can tell this to our members. If we own it, if we adopt it as ours, and when we do so, it becomes something that's we all take responsibility for. But you see, the thing is this, so recognize that there are challenges. The way I work in the southeast is not the way to work in the southwest. It's also possible that it might not be the same methodology we use in the northeast. That is why we're breaking them down into geographical, geopolitical zones. So what I want us to try and achieve is this. We take the geopolitical zone as a focal point. Let's speak to this thing now. Then each zone will someone, because you are supposed to go through this thing as a zone. What's this? Let's look at let's take for example introduction and context setting. Somebody come up and say, I want to talk about this. This is what I understand about it. This is how I want us to go about it. And then the zone decided to use that method. What do you to achieve? You know, what do you expect from Roland? So that's how I think that's the context between behind what we want to achieve here. So I want to talk to us about, you see, this RPC, the things I learned today was that not many of us understand or are really abreast with the RPC basically in its new iteration. But the RPC was amended recently, that was last year. Right now, in 2023, officially. Is that the RPC in part 2 has anti-money laundering guidelines or regulations as you pray. They are very difficult to see how it has been maybe happening in this. There's a new dawn, is a new era. But the time that we used to use our law firms to collect any form of payments and buy the new clients' attorney privileges, as it's really ebbing away. And I want to let you know that the MD has fought a big fight. You see, this thing he said that we talked about privilege, information, where is the bathroom? They will come and tell you that you have to report. And you say, yes, we will report, but we're not reporting to you. You know, you had a bad image. We used to have a bad image. And he has just said it. Many people don't realize that the reason why you can't use your cards directly abroad because of this. People think it's about exchange problems. No. We have a very, very bad rating, anti-terrorism financing. We have a really, really bad rating. Now, the new rules, 78 rules now, 3 chapters. The one, if you come to the first chapter, it tells you about 1 to 54. The section in 48. What does that mean? What have we done there? What we have done is that
Your legal practitioner's fees are now tied to the remuneration order. I think we all know about the remuneration order. I know that Ilorin is the chairman of Ilorin there. Where is the chairman of Ilorin? Okay. He's chairman of OSAM. Because she wants to adopt your style. So I've done that. That states 2 or 3 branches on that. They are very, very emphatic about it. Something about how we earn our fees, how people can respect us. So shout out to our branches. So my branches are actually saying, the branch earns money because the branch actually, should I call it, when you do any conveyance, you go to the branch, you register it. And lawyers are following. The branch actually makes a percentage, I think it's 1% or so. So it can actually be done. Lawyers are in chat. I saw a video where there were new lawyers that were undercharging. So section we proceed to ties our fees to the remuneration order. In the rule, we use vague language. Now it's direct. The remuneration order says if you're undercharge, it's misconduct. So it was very, very clear. You must charge the remuneration order. We have in chapter 2, that is where we have it talks about combating financing of terrorism, the CFT you keep hearing about. There's a new addition. That addition is focused 55. It tells us to adopt a risk-based approach to our different clients. Assume, don't seek to presume that you know where the money is coming from. Why the client you've known for 10 years, he moves money into your account. This has been a client for 10 years. No. The RPC says you should adopt a risk-based approach. After you do not know where that money is coming from, take steps to find out where that money is coming from. It's not, you can't force the person to tell you the truth, but you can have documentation which shows that you are taking those steps. I don't know if everybody understands me. You must have that documentation. In fact, something Fox said struck me. He said, don't keep that documentation. It should be online, it should be virtual. I think maybe for security reasons. So we need to approach these things from a risk perspective. I don't know you, I don't know where your money is coming from. No matter how close we are, I must seek through such steps that will protect me in case there's problem down the road. 7 First deals a lot with the anti-money laundering, counter terrorism. It says that the guidelines shall apply to all legal practitioners listed on the roll, particularly those who are involved in high-risk activities like real estate transactions, contract formation, trustees, shareholder services, Rule 57. Many of us think that real estate is simple. You want to buy, I have someone that wants to sell, exchange money through my account, I keep my money. Thank God they all heard what the man said today. It's not as simple as it is. They will come for you. So that is the new addition to the RPC. It tells us in chapter 3 that we conduct internal risk assessments to identify and mitigate money laundering or terrorism financing. That's Rule 57.5. Client identification records. I'm guilty of it. I know many of us are guilty of it. We don't really keep a record. We don't keep records of our clients. Some of us also are straight inside there. We need to keep records. What's your address? What banks do you use? Or rather, instead of what banks do you use, what banks will you be paying me from? You understand? What kind of business do you do? What's your CC number? Conduct due diligence. After all, you are supposed to be representing them for all intents and purposes. So you should know who you are representing. Now, This tells you black and white that if you fail to with these provisions, these professional misconduct, which can be disciplinary action. Yes. Things I just said now, simple as they are, if you fail to provide them, it's a for misconduct. What that simply means is that when the time comes and this thing leaves you at LPDC, not knowing that it was there, it's not a defense. Because that's what is actually happening now. There are many lawyers who get there because of things like this. Don't even realize that something like this is existence. That is why we decided that branch chairman and local chairman should be the focal points of pushing this to the branches. There are exemptions, however. They talked about if you are providing notary services or certifying documents. So let's assume that somebody brings you a notary public, somebody brings documents for you to certify. You are not searching. You are looking at this and saying, this is the original of this, and you certify it. That's the exemption. That is the only exemption. Outside that, you can escape. The anti-money laundering committee will more than it will more than it did before. It establishes it, and this committee advises the NBA on compliance. This committee has the power to monitor law firms. You heard me when he said it. He said there's going to be spot checks. It's going to come, they're going to come to your zone law firms without having to explain to you why they picked you. The only thing he has done is that he says he's going to notify you ahead of time and then maybe tell you what you are looking for. The simple truth is that he doesn't have to do that. He's not obliged to do so. He's just doing that because they need us to come on board. He will need to be doing that. Over time, will be there by 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. And you must open your books, you must open your files for them to look at it. The RPC gives them that power. They also have the power to identify sector-specific email risks. So what it means is that over time they'll be giving you publications telling you that, okay, this particular, like for instance now, I know you're working on something to do with Bitcoin. They'll tell you that this is a risk. Lawyers will bring out guidelines telling us how to operate in that sector, how to, what should I call now? What you are expected to do when clients come with those kind of briefs. They are also tasked with developing policies and procedures to detect high-risk legal practitioners who are potentially exploited for laundering of terrorism financing. You mentioned it in passing. If your name gets on that black book, should I call it a black book? It's a problem. He said, I think somebody asked a question, and he said, if you are flagged 2 times in a year, 1 client, there's no way you can explain that you did not know. So that AML committee has that power to actually blacklist you as someone who cannot be diverted from high-risk activities. Effects 1st of January this year, that was last year, sorry, which means that between December 2023 and January 2024, you are supposed to have acclimatized yourself with the provisions of these new rules. You should read it. I think they were posted. We asked them to post it on the platforms. Please share it to all your lawyers. Put on your branch platforms. Share them. You don't have to print. Put it on everybody. Let everybody have it. Let them download it. Let them read it. You can actually get members of your branch who can do so to do knowledge sharing sessions. Zoom is there. You can do Zoom meetings regularly. Let them know that these things are real. Especially our young lawyers. Many of them don't understand these things. When we were teaching them then, we didn't know them. Now we can't save ourselves because we also were the ones that taught them what they knew. So it's our responsibility to guide these young lawyers, let them know that the way we used to live is not the way we should live anymore. You know? It now takes me to record keeping. We rule says that we must maintain accurate and up-to-date records of client information, identification, and verification processes. 1. Now, in those days, there's a fraud. So the person look at his documents and the person, the next port of call is to the lawyer. Now, in this, you see, I don't know, you walk into my office and I did the transaction. That used to be a defense. It's no longer that anymore. You say, okay, tell us, give us his particulars. Now, if the one committed a crime and there's a court order telling them to get those documentation from you, that information from you, and you can't provide it, there's a problem already. Because the rule says that you also have kept records of that client. So how is it possible that you don't have them? It says that these records you must maintain for 5 years. Keep them, store it, keep it for 5 years after that transaction has been determined or terminated for record purposes. After 5 years, the mutation has cut in. You don't need to keep it. If you are keeping it because you have space, you have hard drive space, or you have space on your cupboard. Compliance with data protection laws and respect client confidentiality while balancing your responsibilities towards the AML CFC. Now, let's say that again. Have a responsibility to our laws with data protection. Now, what that tells me is that if someone comes into my office, maybe it's the EFCC, maybe it's NFIU, all those abbreviations. You come to my office and you say you want information on a particular client that, look, you're the one that did this thing for you, so and so forth. I say, okay, no problem, give me a copy of that. So that's some investigation turns out that it ought not to have happened in the first place. When you are left with the liability of disclosing information, which you ought not to have done in the first place, right? So, what do? It's in writing, please. Attach a court order to it. File that letter, that request with the court order, because obviously it's a court order. So that's the major thing there. It takes us back to the assignments. That is for the one with you. I just remember that there is a mention and evaluation mechanism. I hope the director of services will come so that she can take that. Tell us, how do you want the feedback to be? Do you want the feedback to be quarterly? Because you have to feedback. That's why you have a platform. They ask us questions. They will send us. The assessment is going to be continuous. The ones you feel just now that has points, they're going to ask you some questions. So, you want to feedback. Those are things I will ask. I will get answers from the head. How do you want it quarterly? Do you want it monthly? Do you want it to be every 6 months? How do you want the feedback mechanism to be? The reporting. How do you think that ROLAC? How do you think ROLAC can help the branches? I need you guys to discuss it, talk about it, and then we can start from there. So let's go to, maybe we should start with the central. Is there any of you that can come and talk to us about how you plan to take this training down to your branches? What's the methodology you use? It should be the person really not in North Central. Gariki, who is there? North Central. We have Josh, we have Gariki. Why is not here? Anybody from North Central that can help us? We volunteer to help us.
Tend to step down the training. I don't know.
Um,
And what role that can ABU for it?
While we are six, who can volunteer to be our secretary here? Which one's work of stick notes so as you can I don't yourself.
So that is common.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ramlat Alpha Ridwan. I'm a member of Unity Bar and a member of the Governing Council of the YLF. So for the North Central, I think firstly, Rolak and MB have already given us a map on how we intend to step this down. And for me, for speaking for the North Central, I would say that a way to step this down is to implement and reflect exactly what has been done here today. Various branches. We can do it branch by branch, and then we cannot have like a state per se. So we can also use new media. So we can have like weekly or let's say weekly or daily new media post on our various branch handles. We can have like a section that has like, do you know, and then we will now pick one of the rules of the RPC as regards to anti-money laundering, and then we can have like a do you know, and then present that particular rule that has to do with anti-money laundering, so that in a way it sticks to the mind and the brain easier than any other method that you can imagine. It actually goes forward. So that I think that should be a way through that we can implement this and step this down forward to the branch level. And also, like I said earlier, we would have training sessions just like this in the various branches, especially the fact that the branch chairman and the YLF chairpersons are here. We would go so far that the YLF chair of each of these branches consult resource persons. Yes, sir, and reflect and we implement exactly what we have been taught here. Another way I think we can step this down is to, in as much as we're trying to step this down, we should also have, I don't know if we can have a way where we can enforce. Enforcement, not that we are going to force people to know. Enforcement in a way that is just to monitor the progress of like a monitoring and evaluation committee to monitor the progress of how far this particular step down will go and what it is that we need to improve on in order to ensure that the aim of this particular workshop does not go in vain. I'm giving it to my Oga to add to it.
I think she deserves an applause for the she was the first to step up.
Give a touch. Okay, I think we are going to give a touch. The other thing we need to do is that we also look for a way of, by way of resource person within the branch, inform them, they'll come up and educate our branch members the rules, because some of them are not branded with the 2023 rules of professional conduct. Particularly the new innovations that have come into the rules, we have to deploy a means of making sure that they have been acquainted with the rules. And secondly, issue of enforcement has been a very big challenge in most branches. We will be welcoming complaints from lawyers, clients, and all the rest concerning the mode of charges. I think we have also been canvassing on this severally, time without numbers in various platforms, informing members on how you ought to charge your clients in line with the rules of professional conduct. Most of us who listened to the last speaker here, the SN who taught us, you can see he was just trying to protect his own interest in protect his person and the office is holding in course of his teaching. It's not because you can't charge more than required as to the rules, but in course of doing that, you need to apply precaution to yourself so you're not foul of the rules. You're not foul of the rules so that you will not held responsible for some other act. Then, if you want to ask something, thank you. Then issue of monitoring. What we intend to do is this: while we receive these complaints, we invite the persons in questions. We know one or two things that touches and concerns their complaints. Look for a way of educating the person more. When he fails to comply, I think we need to enforce it by by writing to the various authorities and then make sure that we face the words of the law in accordance with the rules and regulations. And every other things, I think another thing again, we'll be introducing in our branches because of time constraint. Watch our monthly meetings are being streamlined. We have agreed that 15 minutes, 20 minutes is also one of the way of lecturing or educating our members. But sometimes, because of late coming from some of our members and all the rest, we'll be finding it difficult. So what we'll be doing is this, we will also arrange a Zoom meetings, a Zoom seminars for this kind of programs within our branch. We know sometimes many persons are occupied based on their offices and all the rest. We look at a good frame time. You know, I know there's no any other time that is better than this other time that we have created for ourselves. It's all about sacrifice. Wherein we will have a Zoom meetings, we'll discuss on these issues, we'll lecture them, we'll educate them, and then we'll bring these rules down to their memories. And all these things will be one of the reasons, other things that we need to do within our branch to help our members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for the next central. Oh, sorry, let's go to the west. Sorry, let's finish with that. Chairman,
Zaria. The branches in the Northwest discuss on the modalities of stepping down this training. What the important thing is how to step down the training, not how to impose the RTC. That's not what we asked. How to step down this training. And we basically has three main ways of doing it. One, we organize a training in our branches, maybe a 1 or 2 days workshop. Look at what happened here, taking into consideration our peculiarities of our own branches. So we sure we have a day or two where we invite seasoned practitioners and many academics to come and look at this model and teach one aspect of it or the other in a 1 day or 2 day training workshop. Then, since the branch chairman and the branch foreign chairperson are the coordinators for the branch. So the branch chairman and the YLF chairperson will now serve as a key point by ensuring that from time to time the information in this model is being disseminated frequently. Another thing that we intend to do as the branches from the Northwest is that we will, within our monthly meeting from now to the next few months, that is from now to May, in every of our monthly meeting for the branch, we will be working to discuss with our branch members. This is what various platforms for young lawyers for the branch. We try to pin down the RPC so that everybody will keep on being aware of the content of the RPC 2023. Finally, we also intend to, as a branch, to be sensitizing them on some of the important things that a law office requires to do in compliance with the RPC 2023. This is the teaching of the Northwest branches. Thank you, sir.
thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is how the round of applause. I think one thing that we've learned from him is that it's very important that we should put our leaders in the training.
Something that the branches also discuss. Like, for example, during the workshop, the step down workshop by the branches, requires some assistance to WOLAC in form of monitoring assistance to, especially as we gather resource person. The second assistance that we need the WOLAC is that we need the WOLAC to also send in training materials for us. That is 10%.
Okay, so let me just check this in. WOLAC is interested in what you are doing. That's why you talked about monitoring and evaluation. So you see, before in the economy, the branches have to show that they are ready for it. The training will not come because the money is available. It's made available because the training is required. So, thank you very much for the good presentation. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. See that should be yes. It's actually like a competition. I think I should let you know this because I think we should every branch. So that you are ready with that cited at the branch to understands what they are doing. That is where they invite the other branches in that room to come. I don't think anybody wants to be invited to a place where he knows that the other person did better than me. That's what is going to happen. So this is stage one. Now we step two. So it's going to happen. Because our not sure where it will happen. We determine where it will happen. Like so let's hear from the Northwest. The Northeast.
Yeah, give it to her because I'm the only.
So round of applause for the ethical chair. Applied to his council, and she had to drive all the way down the road. I didn't think I would inside here. So round of applause for her. She tried. Thank you, ma'am.
For the Northeast, we have agreed on a particular strategy to step down this training. Specifically, we discussed that we are going to have like 3 cut-free days. That is after writing an application.
Okay, 3
procedure, yes, and notifying the Attorney General too, and the private bus that we're going to have a 3 days to step down this training. And we are going to divide the whole module into 3. And day by day. We are going to train. We have to train and train under our supervision, participation, and contribution. And also, in the course of the training, we all know that the resources will be required, even though I heard you saying Roland will assist. So we will need resources. That means we're going to draft our work plan and then concept note and forward it for consideration so that we can be able to do the training successfully and not leaving out the objective of the training. We want to make sure that all legal practitioners in our various branches are handy with the role of professional conduct completely from the beginning to the end, so that they can be able to render their services, professionally and free from any risks. Thank you.
Sorry, she said something about 43 days. But now across the branches
across the Northeast branches, when we agree on it, not really on the same branch, agree that we are going to take 3 days and I will write the procedure so that we can have 43 days for that training.
Okay, I understand that.
Thank you, sir.
And chairman of the branch agreed that if you look at the from aspect of professional conduct.
Yes, that's right.
And preventing the financing of terrorism. If you see Nigeria very well, the Northeast most recently has suffered serious terrorist activities. And the Northeast has one of the largest borderline in Nigeria, Chad, in various states. So we want to ensure that our members are careful issue of terrorism financing. So, like my colleague, the chair said, some branches will stretch, some branches will spread the curfew sessions so that we ensure that our members are blessed with the rules of professional conduct for legal practitioners in our zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. South. You see how
said that I should emphasize the fact that the popularity of our zone, that some of those money laundering activities are not related to bank deposits. They are related to cash transactions, and that is why we have to educate our members on the danger that these issues pose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's important to note. And I like the fact that you identified it as a problem. Because you need to identify it first before you provide a solution. Thank you very much. So at the south side now, us, Chairman Holder, start cheating. Not cheating, we'll show you.
I don't understand. Okay, my name is Dr. Huda Desmond, Chairman of Huda Branch.
Thank you.
I represent the South region. Work together and understand the power of collaboration and partnership. First of all, we've agreed to work with the judiciary, to make sure that both lawyers in private practice and those working in-house make sure that they comply with the RPC, especially when it comes to AML provisions. We also agree that we work in conjunction with the continuing legal education committees of our branches and during our monthly meeting. The chairman of the branch, and other persons who are versed in this topic to make sure members of the branch become abreast with the rules. We've also agreed that we're going to make physical copies of the rules of professional conduct. Because someone has shown that this person will not even know that has been amended. Still running with the rules. Some persons after those rules have not even read it. So by the time we distribute copies of the APC rules, we're going to be clear for them. We're going to also flag them. It should be clear to them that this is now the new regime. So that some flyers, both e-flyers and physical flyers from ROLAC, so that we distribute it to all our members. Above all, we've also said that when we want to do certain things with branches, there are requirements like welfare, payment of practicing fee, to include fruits. For those who to fight for provisions or certain benefits from the branch, then we also want to make
Sorry, let me get that again. There was a back graph in the next, right? That's it. You say you're going to, just like you have welfare deals and all that, you're going to get that part, it is.
What I'm saying is, we want to have certain dealings with the branch. We want you to show evidence of compliance with the RPC and the reporting procedures.
Thank you. Right.
Shows us that we really not just a barman, but someone who is going to comply with the rules. She will also know that some comply at times because they don't know. Even though the official gives non-executives to that. For the form, it's for reporting. Certain persons may want to report, but they do not know what to report. So we want to develop the templates, templates the form. So you give them to your office, you know what's actually required when a client comes. So you can easily bring it out. You know, it's easy to comply. Because if you say report, you don't know how to report, or you need to forms, you know, that is another level of, you know, to the distractions. Above all, we also need financial assistance to make sure that we drive all this innovation home. In that way, see that do webinars or all those other things, those are the basic things, getting the funds, you know, stepping in, making people actually do it. Involving each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, someone wants to add something to what she's saying. Let's take one person. No, we're not going to go around the room. We're just getting your feedback. It's encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my sister, for representing us well. In addition to this, there's need for timelines, and we know that the gamut of this is to regulate ourselves. So we must have the RPC at the tip of our fingers because we are going to be stepping down to our various branches as the case may be. So in the next 5 days, we are going to put a platform of chairman and YLF chair where we discuss about the RPC in detail and the AML Act in detail so that we size ourselves. And in the month of February, at our maybe branch meetings or before the branch meeting, we have a session with our branch. Then the third one is when the organizers may come for the regional one. We must be able to size ourselves. When the essence of a team is not known, there may be abuse, and we decide to work outside the scope. We must realize that we won our case against schoolmates or something like that in court. And we know that with time there is some other principle that will hold us. So we want to regulate ourselves. But these regulations are already in the RPC. So we are to bear. So you must know the RPC so that you know what you should be telling your branch members. They are already there, but it is the key. So with this time frame, we believe that we'll carry our branches along. And we are not looking for any external trainers. That is the essence of our being here. That's why within the next 5 days, we couple ourselves into a group and send soft copies of this to every chairman here and the YLF chair here, so that we could read and discuss it. And by February, we do our meetings in our branch and we come back to the forum to report on the activity so that we can collate and send back feedback. Because ours is to take feedback from you to the branches, the region, and from the branches back for a better harmonization of how we operate.
Thank you. Thank you. That's I think that's something that I also want us to emulate. What that simply means is that those of you here, it's platform for yourselves. You're actually just evaluating yourselves, evaluating your progress before you actually take it up. I think that's good. Also important to note that it's how to proper reporting structure. Something that's a bunch of that's person does the reporting templates for disseminate to others as well. Let's see what they can add. It might be. And it becomes a very good, a very table tool. But also on channel learning, from there we'll go to Southwest. The Southwest. I Actually, you are recall. So let's finish with our interest.
Yes, my moderator. The last thing that I want to add, this speaker has mentioned it, but to be very more specific, that when we go back to our various branches, as time goes on, probably we will take about 10, 15 minutes in our meetings to talk on this ROPC to our members.
Well, that's what we go without saying.
So that's what when we go back to our various branches.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Southwest, Chair Baron. What is the mic?
Say you met.
On behalf of the Southwest, we have decided that the issue of RPC is so important that at our every of our meetings, we are going to dedicate time to discuss about it, first and foremost. And we also mandate our CLU committee to ensure that we organize programs that we could also invite people to speak to us about the RPC. The program need not be physical, it will be virtual. And it will also reduce costs and what I'm doing. Because we also agree that at state level, we can also have discussion state by state because of the largeness of the numbers of our members in the Southwest, that Oyo states or show us can have theirs. And then the only assistance we need from UBAC is to provide an infrastructure that will contain people that will link up to have one. So make sure that at any of our programs,
Sorry, you said infrastructure.
Infrastructure in terms of if you want to do for states, you know that you need that will contain numbers of people. So it's need the assistance of UBAC in that respect, so that you can create a platform that would entertain large numbers of people. So any of our important or big programs for those that have not done their own MBA week of every branches, we ensure that we give the issue of RPC a kind of place. At our professional bar dinner, we also make the issue of RPC an after dinner talk. We also mandate the wife at every of their meetings to also discuss about RPC. I know that by the time we do that, it will connect into the branches and be able to do so that we also plan to have community Southwest that will contain states constitute the Southwest branches. Exchange information amongst ourselves, how well we have been able to do, so that you assist us to report back, to the national. That we plan to do to ensure that the training to the branch level.
Thank you very much. That's you, sir. Okay, so before you say something, it's patients from Rollock. Sure, you don't know Rollock people there. Time is growing. I know that we have receipts and all that. They're supposed to give you all the past claims form. I think that they should start passing it now so you can make your attachments as you want to. Please. Patients, please start passing the claim forms, That's possible. Thank you. It's your sir.
Okay. It's your sir. And the acting chairman. I would want to appreciate the leadership of this current administration of this initiative by bringing the present leader of NGO and future leader of NGO together to be part of this sensitization program. But I will let you know that in addition to what Meshia has said, from Ibadan, we in Lagos have already come together working towards this direction. The Lagos State Bank chairmen have come together to address all the issues that we are deliberating on here since yesterday.
Oh, a round of applause to our chairman in Lagos, please. A round of applause for that. That's initiative. Thank you.
The only thing that we are doing is to ensure that all our lawyers in Lagos comply with the remuneration scale that was given by virtue of that 2023 Remuneration Act by the NBA. To adopt the same style that you are using in Ilorin. We've written letter to the Attorney General of Lagos State, the Director of Land Board, the Secretary General's office, to create the awareness in them that henceforth, any deed of assignment or transfer instruments, residential land transaction in Lagos that does not bear the branch seal should not be entertained. We are going to date to come for that meeting. This meeting between the authority at the land office and the Lagos chairman. And also, we observe that quite a lot and some other thing that is related to the growth of this profession. Ourselves, that same tax force will come to Etiosa to bust everyone they find top people in that regard. Etiosa will go to Ikeja to carry out similar exercise. Lagos will go to Badagry. Badagry will come to Lagos. These are the things we have put in place to ensure that all of this are get rid of in order to bring our police back to town. If surveillance are able to charge fees, compress against them. For instance, in Lagos, their price is standard. When you call on the surveyor, in respect of any geopolitical zone in Lagos, they have a standard fee that will not be negotiated by anyone. And when it comes to lawyer, the case is different. So by the time we put all of this strategy together, we will have something good to say about our remuneration status as far as Lagos is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, I want to hear from the gentleman in white, please. Yes, look at him with the red cap. So, can you introduce yourself, please?
Well, my name is Professor Pasi Yusuf, Chairman in Jagode branch. I just want to add to what my colleague from Ibadan said on our behalf. Number one, we need to be sharing the models to our CLE for adoption or modification or amplification. Secondly, because of the peculiarities of our situation, some of our members come late to meetings, some are absent from meetings. So whatever we discuss at these meetings will be available on our various platforms. And again, we need all that, especially the special facilitators to come in when we need them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Southeast. So who's speaking about Southeast? Okay.
So we see what we have found branch. The Southeast reviewed with seriousness the provisions of RPC in a manner that it appears the new provisions have taken us by surprise, because a whole lot of the provisions that may embarrass our members are not known to them. And if we don't take the matter so seriously, our members are going to be embarrassed. So we decided on a bottom-up approach that before we go to the state level, we have to sensitize our members from the branches. And because of the attitude of lawyers, all of us know, you call a meeting, they either don't come, they come late, and all manner of things. we decided that in a day, the dictated for this sensitization at the branch levels, there's hardly any other thing that will be discussed other than the RPC, so that we have enough time to deal with it. At least the first day of sensitization, there could be subsequent days. Now, in order to make this work, we also suggested that it would be good if it will be both physical and visual, so that those who are not able to come have no excuse for not keying up to the program. Then thereafter, it will be escalated to the state level, where there may be an internal or external resource person or facilitator to take up the matter at that level. Thereafter, we are going to have, in fact, instantly, we are going to create a website. And very good. The more cities have people here, that we created a common platform for ROLAC in Southeast, for us to coordinate our activities and be able to set up a program for assessing our progress. Because if we meet at the state level without assessing what we have done, it will be difficult to know the progress we have recorded. And it's going to be fairly on a continuous basis. Because if we just do it once and we don't know how far we have achieved our purpose, then it will be difficult to know what we've done. And then we will need the assistance of ROLAC to facilitating some of these things we are talking about, like the visual hearing, like Ibadan said, the Southwest said. So by the time members some don't have the facility. So if they can help us at various levels, we appreciate it. Or regarding specifically the remuneration order, the Anambra is taking the lead because they have already started implementing it. I hear that Abia has started, has commenced this January. So we will need the assistance of the national body to make sure that some of the complaints we're already receiving about breaches by members, that when we recommend punishment, they will be enforced at the national level. Because until we use some people as guinea pig for this thing will not roll. Thank you so much.
I'm impressed with the level of reading on all the issues. I'm grateful that it's that I get or I wanted to hear is with regards to feedback. I think I'll go through very quickly. I'll start with
sorry, I was
okay, sorry, I didn't notice you.
Yes.
Sorry.
my name is I'm the chairman of MBA Utosha branch. Additional to what the next chairman of MBA said, he also agreed that because he said we should make sure it's pressed to everybody. So in some branches have groups, like a member branch. I also understand it's there in Asaba. And when we do these groups, look at the numbers, there are 8 of them. So it's a resource person that is going to talk on this in the one. What you do is discussants. We have 2 of you to help us discuss this. At the end of the day, if you look at 20 persons or 10, you find out that everybody must have learned a thing or two at the preparatory level before you now come to discuss at the branch level or the state level. Then, of course, institution of prizes or reward system the chairman of NBA suggested, and we agreed that for young lawyers, this assessment we are doing, we have 47 or 50 or 50, this, that. Giving forms, I will get to answer questions, and then get some cash reward or awarded in 1 or 2 weeks based on their performance with respect to what they learned in this RPC. It will also go a long way, spread the knowledge down to the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, let me start with the Southeast. How do you want your reporting to be? What's the term? Do you want it to be how do you want to be reporting your progress? How do you want it to be determined? Do you want it to be done quarterly? Do you want it to be done monthly? Do you want it to be done when
The consensus opinion among the Southeast delegates here is that it should be quarterly.
okay. Southwest. Reports. What's the quarterly?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the South.
Quarterly.
Sir, for us in the south as well, we feel quarterly would be okay, sir.
Thank you. Northeast.
Our report? Okay. I know, it's not annual. This is what we've been discussing. No, it's not. Report of the training. I can come back.
What I'm looking at is how do you want your progress reports to be done? You want to be done monthly, weekly, do you want it done quarterly? You have to send feedback.
Yes.
That's why you're on that platform. You're also going to be tracking your progress. So how do you want it to be done?
Yes, we are going to make the report according to our activity. First, when we draft the work plan, that's from our individual branches, actually. We're going to forward it from our individual branch. After drafting our work plan and concept notes, the next thing is training of the trainers. So after training of the trainers, we send our report. And then after the main training, that's the 3 days training. For those of us that are going to do 3 days consecutively, we'll send their report after the training immediately. And then for those who are going to pick one, maybe weekly or 2 weeks, send their report immediately. They conducted that weeks.
Okay, so you're going to use it. So you want to use your progress report based on milestones.
I think this is what we agreed on, except for the rollout to come for their.
So what I will write is that yours will be based on milestones. It will not be about quarter. It will not be about time. It's on milestones. That's what I will report to you.
Yes, we can fix a time. We can make a time bound, maybe within so months or so weeks to finish. It's going to be time bound, yes.
Central.
Yes. For us, I think the quarterly report should be better off. Sir,
Okay.
for the quarterly, thank you. The tenure of the letters is that we report quarterly.
That's how it's true.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I think that's I want to thank the idea behind it is to create a corporate culture for the NDA. Move out from that strictly instigation to the corporate the corporate culture into what we do. Our clients are becoming more intelligent. So those who were yesterday when they come to you has changed. So we need to actually become aware to what the world is saying. The world has become a small window. So I want to ask, have we all done the forms? Have we all filled the claim forms? So let's have this compared. As I said, we're passing the watch around to everyone. Please let the lunch be passed around to everyone as they remain seated, please.
This one, we reach you. I want to okay.
Please let's listen to Madam so that she gives us a background to what. Can we all pay attention so that we don't have to come back to this anymore, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to use the word learning. First of all, I say thank you for your time, for giving us the time that is required for this training, for your cooperation since yesterday. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly walk us through the necessary things that is required from. First of all, ensure that you have registered on both days, yesterday and today. Ensure that your name appears on the 2 days attendance because your registration validates your payment. If you attended yesterday and you are also here today, then your name appears on only one of the attendance. It means that you attended just for 1 day. So if you don't retain your name in any of the attendance, either you back to yesterday or today, kindly go back to the registration desk at the end of the event and ensure your name is on the attendance. Also ensure that the name in the attendance, along with the name written in the attendance form to you, it appears in the because usually have an instance whereby somebody writes a different name in attendance and you see a different name on the claims form. It shows it's not the same person and we will not be able to treat such claims. For all out-of-state participants, ensure you submit your boarding pass and taxi receipt, if any, along with your claims form. So as you'll be submitting your claims form after completion, ensure you attach your boarding pass and your receipt, if any. My colleague will be there to attend to you. So that was 30 minutes on your claims form for reimbursement. Ensure that this one is for all out-of-state participants that travel in by air. Please ensure you scan and send your return boarding pass and receipt, taxi receipt, if any, within 3 working days, so that we'll be able to reimburse you, please. So for the state participants that will be scanning and sending us return boarding pass and receipt, send it to that email that is being projected. Okay. So for the claims form that is going to be shared to you, we have 2 columns, 2 sections, on the claims form. We have the section A and then the section B. The section A has full name of participants, which is as it appears on the attendance and also the telephone number is important because most times participants do enter the account details wrongly, and we have to call you for confirmation to ensure that it's correct. Or in some circumstances, you have to send us the correct details to enable us to process your claims. Then there's a new section that has expenses and allowance claimed. Please just leave that space blank. Do not include any detail. Financing will be the one that will calculate entitlement there. Section, which is section B, bank details. This is very important. The first one there is name of participant bank. The name of participant bank could be Zenith Bank, Unity Bank, Union Bank, First Bank. The account name is your name as it appears in your account. Then bank branch. Please remember your bank branch. Please leave it blank. Account number. Please your 10-digit account number. Sort code. Sort code. Your signature is going to be today's date. Take notes. If you need any question, please just simplify. My colleague Salim and I will come to you to attend to you. Any question, please?
There's somebody sitting already here. Sorry, it's not my seat. Please give me. That's fine. Sorry, no problem.
Okay. Sorry. See what you're saying. Snapshots from here, right now. We are not change our flight ticket. Now, for those of us from out of state, we are moving out to go for next meeting at Akure. So the possibility of using the ticket, the flight you book for us, is not there. Those of us from Akure, it's just to transfer to our station.
Chairman, that's not a question for her, with all due respect. Roland has no business with your trip to Akure.
Okay.
You're also very clear. Your trip to Akure is MBA business. You have a responsibility as the chairman of a branch to attend. Roland's responsibility towards you, or this union, is to get you a ticket from point A to point B. That is what you put in your phone. Your phone says, I'm coming from Lagos to Abuja and going back to Lagos. It's not Roland's business that you want to go to Akure. It's not Roland's business that Akure does not have a flight for tomorrow. Let's us put that brothers in mind, please.
Please, hello.
So, one more thing. So, state participants that travel by road to Abuja, we pay mileage. Every participant that travel in from outside the state to Abuja, there's a mileage that will be paid. We usually get the distance online using Google. We entered any state to Abuja, the mileage we pay for them, we multiply it. 100 naira per kilometer. So that's how we reimburse all the people that are traveling by road from any state to Abuja for this event. Okay, some of us, we did not bring our boarding pass for the second. Okay. So how do we, because you asked us to submit it and we don't have it here.
Like, man, I don't know my boarding pass.
Indians.
I don't know where my boarding pass is. It should be in my hotel room somewhere. No, she asked me that if they didn't bring their boarding pass.
Today, they are scanning the return leg. You scan along with it and send to this email. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Is there anybody else in this center who will go to the next room? Do you have any more questions from there? Questions from the center row, please. Well, okay. Bring the mic forward. There's someone in the front row. Please come forward. Come forward, please.
For us, we want to get this max air. We happen to flight become so if you try to line to get seat sufficient to get from the president of local airport transport.
Another question, just the person.
Another airline other than Max Air, which I cannot use. And then attach to that ticket an airport taxi. Will it be sufficient? Because we can't even go back tomorrow because there's no flight. We have to go next tomorrow. We have to make our personal arrangement. So will the another airline ticket be sufficient for local airport transport back home from out of state location?
Yes, sir. For that question, let me first of all understand. Would you travel in by road or by air?
But I can't go back to this ticket. I have to make an alternative arrangement because so the ticket is in respect of the investment for airport tickets back home. Will the airline ticket be sufficient?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
The thing is, because of the taxi you are going to take back, that's what you are reimbursing you, and not for the ticket. Okay. Yes. So you scan and send the boarding pass, your to and fro, along with your receipt to this email.
Give the microphone to Madam in the front seat.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The question I want to ask, even though Mr. Eze have clarified some, delegate from Bauchi and the Yobo. Initially, a ticket of Max here was booked for us and it was cancelled later. We came by road and going back by road. So is there any document required from us? Because we use our own money to sell the car and everything instead of boarding a commercial car and collect receipts.
Okay. Unfortunately, we can for that because the tickets are not yours. Whenever you follow the suspension, you can use your ticket. It's yours. We are not going to choose the ticket from you because it's assumed that you are going to spend money to book another. So the next air ticket might replace that particular one. So we will not reimburse that.
Actually, we did not. Our thinking is it is going to be counted by mileage because it wasn't our doing.
Just for your traveling by road, that means we are paying twice. Max 8 tickets and then another one. We are not going to justify from our end why that is done.
But let's understand each other here, please. Sorry.
Now, let me tell you the reality.
Okay.
The reality is this. Those tickets, you see, those tickets were paid for. I know we spoke about this. Those tickets were paid for. You manage to fund that tickets. So, decision. It's not like something she can change here. What was that corporate decision? The corporate decision was like, it's in suspension, it's not termination, right? Once they are called back, your ticket becomes your property. It's your property. They can't even transfer it to a third party. Sure. That thing has to be funded. It will not be funded to them, it will be funded to you. You understand? Like I said earlier, the trip was the sacrifice you paid because of the MBA that called you. It's not something that I am happy that happened. Like it will happen. You understand? So you will have to bear with us. Roback has already paid for that ticket for your benefits. It's fine. You can't even collect the ticket back on you. The collect is useless to them. Max says the suspension is lifted. Roback cannot still collect the ticket back. It's for you. So you cannot use it as you do fit. Do you understand?
Got it, and I understand you very well. The only gap is that we were not informed earlier.
Nobody translations were used by us. We were used by like in Calabar. Like we have in Calabar. Nobody bought the ticket. We knew that we were not going to fly. So
Airport allowance. Airport charge allowance.
now, you see the problem. You see where we talk about by reporting standards. No, explain something. We did not respond by way of airport taxi. Don't you understand? For instance, if I was going to say this, I will not even talk about my tickets. I will say my airport taxi claim. But you have stated that you did not fly. So how can you justify your claim for airport taxi? People have to answer here. We'll take one more question from here and we'll go to the next row. Yes, sir.
My name is Adanga from my book. My case is that I indicated calling by flight.
Can't hear you. Just go ahead.
I said I indicated that I'll be calling by flight. Ticket was not sent to me, but a message was sent to my WhatsApp number that due to suspension of Max Air, we could not get tickets, so I should find my way to come to this workshop. Message was also posted in the general WhatsApp group of channel. I think we have 4 or 5 listed. This one is sent to us, but rather a message. I didn't see any ticket. So I went from my group. What?
I said that we could not get tickets and one casino, so I don't know if it's the one. But the rest we got.
So for you, among sorry. I posted the list on the channel's platform and some people whose tickets could not be gotten. And I told you, are you one of them? So you are not giving me tickets.
Yes, I am not giving.
So now I also specify that people like you should come with evidence of payment of road transport from there to here. That's what you will not put in your claim.
Sorry, sir, please, did you travel by road to Abuja?
Yes,
Are you still going by road?
certainly.
On your phone, indicate Maiduguri to Abuja by road. Because you know that you will not able to get tickets for you due to the mass air cancellation. Okay. So we could not get tickets for you from Maiduguri and one other of your colleagues from Katsina.
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware. So indicate it, you are going to pay you mileage. And in your own case, you are going to reimburse you because you were not given tickets.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
At what says in the form? Not the picture is says no because it was not indicated.
At the top of the phone,
Okay, thank you.
write Maiduguri to Abuja to Maiduguri by road.
Thank you.
Please can we go to the side of the wall now? Where's the person with the microphone? Why questions from this side of the wall? Thank you, man. Okay. Please come this way. There's someone that wants to speak. We have a someone else wants to have a question. We have to. So, let's come this way. Let's start now. There's someone in front of you. Let's start and work our way down.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The question is about the airport transfer. I took a taxi from Aja to the airport in Lagos. And what I did was transfer on that same day, same time that my flight is going to take off. If that survives as a receipt, I have the evidence of the transfer I made to the taxi driver that notice, I call your attention a couple of minutes ago that our name, Utiosa, is not on that platform. It was yesterday when I was here, I was added to that platform. I didn't get any information to that effect.
What platform?
Is there no problem? Is it going to be attended to?
See, yes, that's why I'm going to have to speak to you after this session.
Okay.
So what happened with you, sir?
Yes.
I've been trying to reach you.
Okay.
I assume that other Lagos chairmen should have, because you have a platform, you must have a platform, they should have the information as it was posted on the chairman's platform. That was the essence.
Okay.
Conditions were there in black and white, so we can't start changing them now. You understand? That's how it is. Well, we see someone else, some come down the website, please. Road glasses. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Please, I just need a bit of clarification about the taxi receipt. In my own case, the receipt for the taxi. In my own case, I don't have it here. It's my hotel. Do I need to scan it to that email? I have the form here, but I can scan it to you.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
There's someone here, some brown cap, sorry.
So mine is about the return ticket. Return ticket. I'm not returning to Enugu.
I'm already addressed that. I said
You have not.
I have. I said your return tickets. So what you do is not still our wahala. If you are taking, just remember, see, you need to be careful what we see here. I need you to understand this. You were told that if you are going to airports for your taxi, right? You are coming from this airport for your taxi. You are not going back to the airports. And that is not something that we should be saying here.
Allow me to speak. Let me be heard. You are a lawyer. What I am asking is that I have my ticket was supposed to go to Enugu, but I have rerouted it to Akure and paid the difference. I'm not asking you for a refund of 130,000 that I paid. What I am saying, ticket, can I still, as a way of accountability, send my boarding pass and everything to you as a retirement of the one you took for me to. That is number one question that I want to ask. Number two is the domestic transportation here. The taxi from hotel to this place that might not have been receipted. How do we recover the money? Is it just to fill it because there is no receipt to that effect? Thank you so much.
Chairman, again, on the chairman's platform, Abuja transports.
Yes, it's only be fair.
Let's not. Hello. You can't retire and upload tickets when you are supposed to retire and you tickets. How will you do that? You are supposed to, how do you reconcile this? That's what I was trying to tell you here. You are not going to acquire what you are business when you acquire. You can only retire your own tickets. If you are going to acquire, you are not concerned them. That's what I was trying to tell you. And to be honest, some of these things should not be to their hearing.
So my question is, I fully understood all you said regarding receipts and all that. I didn't get the name. My name is Ekene Oswala, Aba Branch. I'm saying that I've understood your explanation regarding receipts. Can we pay attention so that things affecting us will get an answer? Sorry. So I said I've understood your instruction regarding the receipts. The majority of us here are not able to acquire the same receipts, as you said, and all of us took services from the airport. So we are not able to produce receipts. Is it not possible to put up the specific amount, or call it whatever, because all of us took services to come? Me in particular, I asked for receipt. I was not given any. There is nothing I can do about it.
So my brother, I agree with you. I agree because when I was coming, I paid 20,000 to come here. That is a result. And I'm aware that up to 30,000 naira. Well, the truth is, instruction was that you must retire with receipts. We know how this things are. Do what you can do. But we will have that conversation. Let's look for a way out. But because I know that there are many people here who put taxes and they could not.
So even if it was just an average amount, if it is 10,000, 15,000, whatever, just put it manage like that. Yeah, that's yes, I can relate to you. Everybody here, everybody taxi. And you are saying
there's
Hello, microphone.
Thank you. Yes, without this, how do you take that challenge? Chairman to come and chairman of Georgia.
Come upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Give him back the microphone. Give him back the mic. John, we're not taking our good picture. I remember everything we have done here. If you will not that is that you have learned and you are going to carry out everything that you have learned here. Without that signature, nothing that to be made. You understand? Please come up, ask you to come up. So please, I want to have a good picture. Let's just move to the questions, then we'll go.
was only get through by road, then we receive by road. I just, such a nasty, I just, no, we look to Abuja.
In someone, space, you know. Does anyone know an eyeglass case that does not belong to him? Our chairman here left his eyeglass case here yesterday. Please.
Show your number.
Excuse me, sir.
It contains his transport taxi receipts from Calabar to Enugu and Enugu to Abuja. Please, does anybody have it? Right. Chairman.
See, they have it. Chairman.
Can we all prepare for our good pictures? Let's come forward.
The question.
Who's that?
Here. Here in front of him.
I don't know where he is. Okay, sorry.
Okay, sir. My name is Francisca, Oka Branch. Flight was supposed to leave from Anambra Airport. Then the airline sends us a message that our flights have been moved from Anambra to Asaba. So my question is, the fare from Anambra to Asaba Airport, is it also part of what we refunded? Because we paid close to 40,000 naira in the cab to get to Asaba.
Do you have that receipt?
No, sir. They don't give that kind of receipt. They don't give that receipt.
See, she said that just now. She said, apart from people that are taking trips, maybe from Maiduguri to Asaba, which is going to be calculated per kilometer, that's to be retired. It's going to be retired. It has to be by receipts. That's their policy. It's their policy. So I don't know how we can go forward with that, but that's what she said.
You lost the one. So now who know this? Remain four. You tell me four again now. I've not seen that. I've not seen. That my boss that went and stepped out. Then that okay, that boy is which one's the lights? See what I explain. Yeah, I think it is so good. You need to including the lights. Now you confused. I want to come down for the that's every. We know how we do send our number. My manager, my engineer.
No, sorry.
Complete
Please, can we all come to our group program, please? We're still looking for the glass issue that has a receipt, taxi receipt in it. Let's all come for our group. Let's all come for our group.
Account for the people that are doing lights. Understand? The people that are doing lights now, they are still separate from the same. That confuse me with that now. Sam, calm down. That confuse me with Sam, calm down. You are defending yourself. You're supposed to account for everybody, including light. You are working out one. Why confuse me with that? Then the man stand out, Sam. When the man came, I was asking for class. That comes what I brought down.
Can we all come for our group, please? No, we're using the two platforms, and this one.
He's not going to give you the 7. He's going to share the 7. And the kind of it's not about your kind of or not. He wants to be accounting for everything he does here. So are you. So align this.
Let's all come up for
When this man come, how many of them? They are fine. Yes. And I said I did not know. I said I did not know. You understand what I mean here? That was why I included 7 managers. Some of this one here, no, I'm sure. Stand there, this other guy, name I know. Samuel. I brought that every time
See, I don't like flogging it. You man said that.
The one I'm there's a 50,000 percent.
You pay your bills from you don't with your bank account.
I just grew up.
Don't stand. Hello, please, don't stand on the flower bed, please, no. Simple, simple. Don't stand on the flower bed. Don't stand on the flower bed, please.
Chairman.
Yeah, you're standing on the cloud. Don't stand.
Don't stand on the flower, don't stand on that thing, please. Oh, please calm down. Please, don't stand on that thing.
Don't stand.
Almost all the time, the only way that the line of the came. Okay, I hear you, I hear you.
That's why the visual come.
So then
Yes.
Now. Target now.
We get that kind of.
Hey, bon. Listen for it. Thank you, boss. I don't finish.
You don't finish.
I went to the
I'm making a fair. I wanted everybody to finish. I will finish through. My God. Thank you. Wow. We're done. I went outside, I looked outside. I go, I went when that's kind of problem.
What you have said is that practical. See, you're not supposed to talk those things or the way these people are. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's not easy. You cannot be.
You are retiring the ticket.
I'm retiring this ticket.
I landed and I paid for it. I'll show them the receipt.
But when I bring up
Ticket.